This year I have one and only one New Year's resolution. Don't piss off any more crazy customers. I'm hoping that's not too much to ask. I'm 26 and work for a major fast food chain. You know what, screw it. It's Taco Bell. If you can figure out which one based on just this post, then congratulations. You're clearly very special. I've worked there since I was 20, and I'm now one of the assistant managers because there's such a high turnover. My boss is the only person who's been there longer than me. Last year, he went home after a late shift to find a babysitter watching his 2 kids and asked where his wife was, but the girl didn't know. She was just hired to watch the kids until he got home. He eventually saw that her clothes and suitcases were gone and understood exactly what happened. But he hadn't remotely seen it coming. Since then, his sister's been helping him take care of the kids. Well, that was probably an unnecessary detour just to explain why he only works days and I only work nights. We're open 24 hours, so Michelle, the other assistant manager, actually switches between both, but that's not important. Needless to say, the later it gets, the drunker and usually crazier the customers become. You get the rowdy teens starting anywhere between 9 and 10. Most of them are either funny or spoiled dipshits, but they're harmless. Once you get the midnight crowd, however, it's time to buckle up. And when it hits 3 a.m., that's when the universe truly tests your mettle. When humanity is separated from the human, as if a sentient being were actually conducting a series of experiments purely to gauge your reaction. But then 4 comes around, and the clouds slowly begin to part as the wackos make way for the truckers and laborers, until finally you see the rising sun and know you've survived another night. Thankfully, we close the inside part at midnight, but my boss remembers the days before that was a thing. He's told me stories of people pissing on and over the counter. A woman in a nightgown once came in, bought a small drink, and sat in the very back booth for 5 minutes before quickly leaving. Someone went to throw her drink away and discovered that she had shit all over the seat. Now, I might quit if I had to clean up something like that, but yeah, that's a great example of why we have a high turnover in the fast food industry. Well, that and because we're paid very little for our customers and employees to treat us like subpar humans, but that's a post for another day. I didn't mean to turn this into dark tales from Taco Bell, but some of this shit is just so wild I can't help but share. For instance, we're right off a road that runs parallel to a major highway, and one of our regulars is a homeless man named Earl. Every night around 11 or 12, he'll stand on the tiny parallel road's shoulder, just a footstep from the property line, and ask the passing by cars and our customers for money. He used to stand in our drive-through line to get people while they were forced to have their windows down, but he kept getting in trouble for that. He wasn't just a homeless man down on his luck, he was scary. If people didn't give him money, he would take out a knife and threaten to slash their tires, or worse. We're pretty sure that he was on crack or meth because of how jittery he got. Sometimes he looked like his entire body was vibrating. Twice we've had to call an ambulance because he messed with the wrong person and they beat him up. But for all the crazy we deal with, it's always at its worst on the holidays. Since it's about to be New Year's again, I thought I would mentally prepare for the upcoming weekend by sharing the story of what happened to us last year, even though it took me an unreasonably long time to get to it. Here goes. So when I got to work on New Year's Eve of 2022, I obviously had to work past midnight, and that's when things got really unhinged. I don't mean that there was just one incident either. I mean, there were times that I felt like we were on a hidden camera show because it was just that unbelievable. A group of about 5 teen boys came inside to eat around 11:30 and stayed until we had to ask them to leave just a few minutes before midnight. They'd been quiet and well-behaved the whole time, so we didn't really expect any trouble. They began gathering their trash. One went to the bathroom, while the other refilled his drink. We were already slammed at the drive-thru, so none of us were paying special attention to them. But then cheers erupted outside and the whole city was honking as the clock struck 12. and then those sorry brats set off a bunch of fireworks inside. Most of them were right in front of the counter, and one little prick threw one behind the counter. It's a miracle no one was hurt worse than Brenda. She thought the loud bangs were gunfire, and in her panic, she burned herself on the grill. The kids ran off immediately, but I got their plates off the camera and gave it to the police. The kids actually got in trouble, and the parents made them apologize later, so we had some justice. About an hour later, we had all calmed down and the mood was back to normal when there was a loud splat against the door, like something big and wet had been thrown into it. Turns out it was a huge glob of feces. I want to believe that it came from a very large dog, just because I cannot accept that someone was so upset over fast food that they collected their own shit purely to throw it at our door. I'm having a hard enough time accepting the fact that I now have my own shit story to tell others. Yeah, I didn't clean it up. When one of the guys was finally brave enough to go outside and hose it off, they found a note with a rock on top that said, "I said no fucking lettuce, asshole." So yeah, someone threw actual shit at us just because we forgot to hold the lettuce. It was only 20 or 30 minutes later when some woman pulled up to the window and refused to leave until I sent someone outside to look beneath her car. She didn't even order food. She waited in line just because she was positive that she'd ran over a gremlin and that it was hanging on under there, waiting for her to step out so it could slice her Achilles tendon. Her words, not mine. I normally hate catering to people like this, but we had a really long line, and it would have taken the police too long to deal with her. The only way to get on with our night was to have Ricardo go confirm that there was no gremlin. He went outside, bent down, and gave her the all clear, only to have her scream,
"You didn't even look,"
before throwing a glass of orange juice in his face. He yelled back that he hoped it got her, and I couldn't even be mad. Now, already, this has been a night full of news stories to share with friends, but the worst has yet to come, and this was actually terrifying. At 2:45, a man came through asking for a Whopper with cheese. At first, we thought it was a joke, but he wouldn't let it go. Darren spent almost a full 5 minutes arguing with this guy until he finally ordered a couple of tacos. When his turn came up in line, he was a little too far from the building and his window was rolled up. But he was driving an old clunker car, and we see people with broken windows do this all the time. It's really common for someone to step out in these situations. Well, that's not why this guy was getting out of his car. You can even argue that we should have realized this because of the night that we'd been having, but sadly, we just didn't. Darren opened our sliding window to get the guy's payment, and he reached inside, grabbed Darren's collar, and yanked him right through the small opening. It all resulted in the worst sounds that I'd ever heard. The yelling, different parts of Darren's body slamming into the window before being forced through, the creepy grunting and laughs of his assailant. 3 of our other employees rushed outside to pull the man off while we called the police. Darren had a fractured orbital and cheekbones, a dislocated shoulder, 2 broken ribs, several lacerations, and more bruises than he could possibly count. Our employees held the psycho down until the cops could arrest him, and he was screaming the entire time. At first, he was going to kill us and burn down the building, but when someone mentioned the police, his whole attitude changed. He was suddenly very apologetic and begged us to let him go, with promises that we would never see him again. Thankfully, we didn't listen to a word of it, because the police found a gun in his waistband. If our guys had let up for even an instant, the entire night could have gone much, much worse. The crazy bastard even laughed as they took his weapon away, bragging about how he'd almost gotten his hands on it when they first took him down, and how much he wanted to shoot their dicks off. So yeah, I put in for 3 days of PTO after that shift because it lined up with my next 2 days off, and I didn't leave my house during that entire time. I'm really hoping that this year turns out differently, but I'm taking along some pepper spray and a taser just to be safe. Wish me luck, and may your New Year's be safer and less eventful than mine. On New Year's Eve 2019, my friends Lacey, Mason, and I decided to have a night out. It was only the second year that we'd been able to do so legally. We wanted to make the best of it. In retrospect, I'm pretty glad about that, I guess. We started at a small, low-key bar where we knew the bartender. They gladly kept our glasses full as we tossed around ideas as to where the night could take us. Eventually, our drunken hunger led us to a nearby cafe. It was in a less reputable part of town, but Mason swore they had the best biscuits and gravy plus Bloody Marys, so we decided, what the hell, let's do it. He was right, the food was bomb, and we ended up sticking around even longer to drink a few of those bloodies. We decided that we needed to get our asses up and out of there or we wouldn't make it past midnight, so eventually Lacey worked on finding us a lift, while Mason and I paid for everything. Then we all headed for the exit. As we made our way towards the door, I noticed a super suspicious-looking man lurking near the bathrooms, which was by the entrance. He had a messy, chaotic presence, wearing an open hoodie with no shirt underneath. He also had on a shabby pair of dirty jeans. It seemed like he was watching us, taking note of our inebriated state. Mostly, his attention was focused on Lacey, and I didn't like that. A wave of unease washed over me, but I realized it wasn't just me. Everyone else seemed to be looking at the man now, which prompted us to hasten our steps to the side of the building where our Lyft driver was waiting. To our dismay, the shady dude began following us from a small distance, about 10 feet away. We sensed it wasn't for any good reason, but within seconds, he reached out for Lacey and managed to grab her arm. Mason tells the guy to fuck off, to which the man lets go of Lacey's arm, but only after leaving clear, visible claw marks on it. Then, he barks in Mason's face, pushing him away. We grab Mason and waste no more time, quickly entering the lift and locking the doors before even greeting the driver. We hurriedly informed him of our names, urging him to drive away from the crazy stranger barking outside of his car. As our Lyft car pulled away from the parking lot, I couldn't resist glancing at the dude one more time. My heart skipped a beat when I noticed that he was now sporting a single glove on his right hand, holding something shiny, waving it, hinting at the possibility that he might have been armed with a gun or a knife. Then the man stood on the other side of a bush, silently observing our departure, or waiting for another unsuspecting victim. We really didn't know. We decided to report the incident to the restaurant. Through hindsight, we should have contacted the police that night to ensure everyone's safety. But we were just happy to get out of there. Later on, we took it upon ourselves to file a report with the police based on the advice we received. I provided them with all the details that I could recall, including my contact information. Everyone else did the same. The police assured us that they'd reach out if they needed anything else, and they never did. Reflecting on the encounter, I want to clarify that my mention of the man potentially carrying a weapon, it was based on the observation of the single glove on his right hand. He hadn't had that before, and the object, which clearly he'd had concealed before. His other hand remained gloveless and clearly visible. I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter, but if you do go out this New Year's Eve, or any time, I guess, just be safe, and remember, there's power in numbers, that's for sure. I used to work at a coffee stand while I was in college, and this happened during that unique time between Christmas and New Year's when everything is still busy, but the atmosphere is less stressed and more relaxed. One particular day, I was assisting a family, one that I was really familiar with. They consisted of a man and a woman who were husband and wife, both around the same age, and an older woman who I assumed was one of their mothers. The wife's mother, I thought, since they looked a lot alike. As the three of them approached, I asked if they'd be having their regular. I noticed that the man and the older woman seemed somber, while the wife appeared a bit out of place. She had a paler complexion than normal, giving the impression that she might be sick. Despite this, she wore a gentle and happy expression. The man confirmed that he'd have his usual. Despite their expressions, I made small talk, asking how their day was going. The man responded politely but quickly, implying that he wasn't looking to make small talk. No one else said anything. I glanced up to see that he was walking away, his wife following close behind. They didn't leave the area, but instead sat near the stand at a picnic table. The older woman then stepped up and continued where the man had left off, saying that they were just out making some returns. More small talk ensued, and I was finishing up the final drink when I noticed the older woman looking especially sad. I asked if she had a punch card that they wanted to use. I knew that the wife had used one, so I mentioned that I could put the punches on her card. I knew her name was Amy, and I said that we kept it behind the counter. But the woman just stared down for a second, and I sensed that she was on the verge of tears. Worriedly, I looked into the crowd, searching for the couple. At first, I couldn't spot them, but suddenly the man appeared, this time alone. He gently took the older woman by the shoulder and reassured her that it was okay for her to go sit down. Then he reached for the drinks, of which there were 3. I handed them over, explaining which was which, but instead of grabbing them, the man looked somber, and then a small, subtle smile took over. He looked at me, and through tears he said, "Amy, my wife, non-fat vanilla latte. She's no longer with us. She passed away on Christmas." His voice suddenly trailed off, and so did his gaze. At that moment, a pang of sympathy was in my chest. Tears welled up in my eyes. I was feeling sad, but also, I'd seen his wife, like she was just with them that very day. No idea where she was at that moment, but I knew that I'd seen her earlier. Looking at the 3 drinks, I immediately realized I'd done something wrong. I apologized and lowered my gaze. Still visibly shaken, I searched around the store, but I couldn't find the woman to point out. As I thought about how the woman had looked, it suddenly dawned on me what was happening. Feeling a mix of confusion and guilt, I apologized again, but I told him I was sorry for his loss and I thought I'd seen her earlier. I offered to take the drink away, but he smiled and said that it was okay, that it would be nice for him to have it, to have something that she liked so much. I tried, but I couldn't hold back my own tears. It was embarrassing, but I couldn't help but feel immense pain and sorrow for this family. Suddenly, the older woman was grabbing my hand, and she said, "Your kindness is appreciated, you know." This was her favorite place to visit every morning. She managed to smile through her tears. We stood there for a moment, and though I didn't ask, I think they felt the need to tell me what happened. It was her heart, the woman said, explaining that her daughter had died suddenly and in her sleep. My own heart instantly felt heavy. This poor man had to find his wife deceased on Christmas morning, and now he was ringing in the new year without the love of his life. I told them I was so sorry for their loss and that the drinks were on the house. Before they walked away, visions of the woman from earlier raced in my head, and I found myself blurting out that she's always with you. I then asked my coworker to take over the register while I retreated to the nearby bathrooms to gather myself. When I left that day, I felt just chilly. It wasn't a scary experience, but rather a mind-bending one. I truly don't know how I saw her that day, but I am certain that the woman I saw was her. Well, I'm hoping you're in need of some New Year's Eve stories. I've got one that traumatized me when I was a child. New Year's Eve, Uncle Damon and Aunt Shelley host a New Year's Eve party. It's a lot like the ones that they had every weekend with the same friends and binge drinking, but this night they were celebrating bringing in the new year, so extra cleanup was necessary. My cousins and I were basically there to clean up the adults' mess the morning after. Basically an awful way to spend New Year's Day, but I digress. So, from the moment I opened my peepers, Aunt Shelley had me and my cousins cleaning the house, making everything perfect because in her eyes, this actually was the best way to celebrate a new year. I was tasked with throwing out the Christmas tree. To do this, I would need to get on the floor and unscrew the 3 prongs to detach it from the base. Then, I stood up and reached my arm in through the branches to get a grip on the trunk. The tree wasn't much bigger than me, but it was heavy as hell. It took all my strength to lift it out of the base. When it finally pulls out, I drop its bottom trunk on the ground and it bounces. Tons of pine needles land on the floor in a circle around the tree. I stood there looking at it like, well, here's another mess I have to clean up. But while I was taking my time and staring at it with frustration, I realized either my eyes were failing me or the pine needles were moving on the ground. It wasn't just the pine needles that I saw moving on the wooden floor. Thousands of tiny black and brown dots had joined the pine needles on the floor. Along with the pile of needles that had fallen, I noticed a baseball-sized clump of what I thought was tree moss, and it slowly started melting into thousands upon thousands of individual baby recluse spiders. It registered that these spiders all came from the same tree, the one that I was still holding against my body. I pushed it away from my body while still holding onto it, and while I strengthened my grip, I heard and felt an unnatural pop sound. I let go of the tree, and it fell to the floor. I opened my hand, and even more baby spiders. Only this time, they were crawling up my arm. Thankfully, I was wearing gloves, but either way, I'm sure I've never looked as insane as I did in that moment trying to brush off thousands of baby spiders from my person. When I finally settled down long enough to do something other than flail around, I grabbed the canister of room spray and started spraying everything. The commotion, my screaming, it garnished the attention of my other cousins who were now seeing the same scene as me, and they too started grabbing things to kill the spiders with. Aunt Shelley came running into the room, screaming at us, demanding to know what was going on. But soon, even she saw the mess. Hordes of baby spiders scattered all throughout the living room, our efforts only able to kill a mere fraction of the offenders. My eldest cousin comes back into the living room, this time with a torch lighter. He grabs a can of spray and just starts going for it. You can hear and smell the sizzle in the air. Aunt Shelley's screams have intensified, transforming into shrills as she screams, "Fire!" The Christmas tree was in flames, sitting in the middle of the carpet. All of the parents came rushing in, each looking equally as horrified and also confused as the last. Finally, Uncle Damon comes running into the living room with a fire extinguisher, while my mom's on the phone with the fire department. When it was all over, everything looked absolutely insane, messier than it had been after the party itself, and you can bet we all got to clean it up. The good news is that it's been really hard to top that as far as horrible New Year experiences. So it makes the rest of them look really good or really tame. Happy New Year's, everyone, and think of me when you're throwing out your Christmas trees this year, will ya? When I was young, I was a die-hard believer that professional wrestling was real. My obsession even got me into trouble with my classmates and recess teachers. For my birthday one summer, my uncle got me a bunch of hand-me-downs, classic WWF and WCW t-shirts. I wore those on rotation until the school year started, and my mom said I could only wear a select few, and not every day. When I did wear one, though, it didn't get the same reception I'd envisioned when choosing my attire for the first day of school. The t-shirt I'd decided on was a red one that featured Hulk Hogan. On the front of the shirt was a classic screen print of him in his ring attire, ripping his tank top in his iconic pose. I thought it was a solid choice, and I proudly strutted into my classroom to find my desk. But my heart sank a little when I saw that I was sitting in a group with a boy that was extra nasty to me named Zane. Nobody was really nice to me, but he couldn't hold back. When he got a chance, he had to get a laugh at someone else's expense. And as I walked to the table, he saw an opportunity and took it without hesitation. Standing up, Zane points at me and says, "Ew, Ryan's got a naked guy on his t-shirt." The class begins to laugh and become a mob digressed from maturity. I'm like, "Are you serious? You don't know Hulk Hogan?" Then, over the laughter of the room, one of his friends asks if Hulk Hogan is a porno guy. That's when the class lost it, and I quietly sat down in my chair, fighting back tears in my eyes. When the bell rang at the first recess, I found myself alone outside again. Our playground has a large fenced-in grassy field attached to it. Past the fence is a thick tree line. I walked all the way to the back corner of the field, and I sat with my back against the chain-link fence. Finally, able to cry without someone seeing me. But even there, after a few minutes of sobbing into my hands, I felt a finger poke the back of my shoulder. I ignored it at first. I almost didn't believe I was touched because of how secluded I was in the overgrown grass. But then a voice follows after the touch. A woman's voice softly asks me, "Are you all right?" My heart starts racing and I quickly spin around, thinking one of the kids has caught me. But instead, I turn to see no one there. I swivel my head back and forth, then look as far into the tree line as I can. But there's nobody in sight. I got a weird, spooked feeling, but it wasn't strong enough for me to leave before the bell. I actually start making the patch of field my recess hideaway, opting to bring books out with me to make the time go by faster. Fast forward to the day before winter break. During our last recess of the day, I'm reading a Garfield book that I checked out from the library. Temperatures were near freezing. My choice not to be active during recess meant that I had to bundle up extra to stay warm. Huddled up on the fence, I heard sticks breaking from behind me. Footsteps were approaching from the tree line. My snow coat had a big, thick hood that narrowed my line of vision, so I had to fully turn myself around if I wanted to see who was coming towards me. Out from the forest, an old man wearing a thin gray button-up and blue jeans walked towards me, smiling. For some reason, I didn't feel the urge to escape this potential kidnapper. He was holding a border collie in his arms. The big dog looked like it would be heavy, but the old man carried it with ease as he came near. He stopped a few feet back from the fence and said, "Hello." I said, "Hello." The sun reflected off his thick, black-rimmed glasses, and I couldn't see his eyes. As he spoke, I noticed a gold cap over one of his front teeth. He had a full head of white hair, almost like Albert Einstein wild. The dog sat quietly in his arms like a statue, only turning its head to examine me. The old man then asked me to deliver a message to Miss Colby. Miss Colby was one of the kindergarten teachers. I said, "Okay." The man says, "Tell Miss Colby that I have her dog," and he winked. With one of his arms, he grabbed one of the dog's paws and waves it at me, then smiles. The gold cap on his tooth shines in the sun, and the bell rings. There's a long distance for me to cover before I get to the actual school building. As I ran, every so often I'd turn around and the old man would still be at the fence, smiling at me. When I got into the building and before going to my classroom, I went to make a quick stop at Miss Colby's to deliver the message. But when I walked into her room, I was greeted by a substitute. Miss Colby had started an early winter vacation, and I would have to wait 2 weeks before I saw her again. After the new year, we were all back in school, and I hadn't forgotten about the message I was to deliver to Miss Colby. As soon as I find her, I explain as best as I could my experience and the message. I wasn't sure if I'd done a good job or a bad job at first, because Miss Colby started crying. Through tears, but also a smile, she tells me thank you, and I ask her who they were. Who was the man, and was that her dog? She told me that her dog had died the Wednesday before vacation, which is why she started her break early. He was a border collie named Rocky. She said that the man I described, gold tooth and all, sounded a whole lot like her Uncle Dean. He'd passed away 2 weeks before Thanksgiving that same year. Apparently, he and Rocky were real big fans of each other. I continued going to that spot during recess, and other strange things did happen there, but the woman asking if I was all right, and of course, Miss Colby's visitors, those were by far the most impactful things I experienced there. Something weird is going on around our property, and I'm just wondering if anyone else has experienced anything like this. We live in southern Georgia, just a half hour away from the Florida border, and we have a lot of land. Much of it is wooded. We've been here around a year, and we also have lots of chickens, some goats, and a few cows. Our only child, Lizzie, is in college now, so it's currently just me and my husband, Saul. It's a lot of work, but we lived in a small town, crowded apartment complex before this. So we were especially grateful to find such an amazing property within our price range. But why was it so cheap, you ask? Well, the previous owner was very upfront about a tragedy that occurred back in the 60s. A man had killed his wife and 2 daughters before ending his own life, which, yes, is tragic, but we've never been too superstitious. The guy selling it to us was also a skeptic who got it dirt cheap, but he couldn't take care of the place by himself anymore. His kids had all started families of their own. His wife passed away the previous year, and now he just wanted to move closer to his grandkids. Basically, we thought that we hit the jackpot. It was like fate wanted us to have this property. And I know what you're thinking, and no, we aren't being haunted. Nothing strange has happened inside the house, only outside. If a ghost is responsible for the events I'm about to share, then holy crap, I had no idea spirits were so terrifying. Okay, so down to it. I guess the first thing happened about a month after we moved. We had just started feeling settled into our new routines and gotten comfortable with all of the animals when Saul found 3 dead blackbirds in the back of the barn. They didn't appear to have any injuries, so we wondered if they might have been sick. But then we remembered the rat poison, those green pellets, and we thought that's what had done it. We didn't have any cats or dogs, so we thought it would be okay, but we got rid of them after that. A few weeks later, I woke up to find a huge dead possum left on our doorstep. I had no idea they got so big, and this time, the cause of death was apparent. The poor thing's throat was actually crushed. It looked like a massive hand closed around its neck and just squeezed. I screamed for my husband, and he came running. Obviously, the possum didn't wander onto our doorstep and unalive itself, so someone had to put it there, right? We called the police. They agreed the animal seemed to have been killed and placed deliberately, but we don't exactly have neighbors or enemies. No one that would have a reason to mess with us. So nothing really came of it. We got one of those doorbell cameras after that, but again, all was well for a while. I know the next one happened in March because it was the weekend before our daughter's birthday. We drove the 2 hours to her college and went shopping before going to dinner, and then Saul and I drove home. It was around 9:30 when we got back. Our driveway is about half a mile long, and it cuts straight through the woods. Saul was driving, and I was scrolling through Facebook when he suddenly slammed on the brakes and gasped in terror. I looked up just in time to see a large, either brown or black, shape disappear into the woods. Saul punched the gas as soon as it was out of sight. I couldn't get a word out of him until we were inside and all of the doors and windows were locked. He described the thing in the driveway as gorilla-like in appearance and in the way that it walked on its hind legs but leaned on its front. When the lights first hit the creature, it turned towards us just a second before hurrying away, and its face is what frightened Saul the most. Its eyes were big, black holes. It didn't have a nose or lips. Likewise, the mouth was just another black hole, only slightly larger than its eyes. We were scared shitless. After that, we bought trail cams, but nothing else happened for almost 4 months. It was the weekend after the 4th of July when we received a dead armadillo on our front step. As disgusting as it was, we were actually relieved because we should have finally had something on camera, but we didn't. We watched the recording eagerly, only saw a dark shape standing in the distance. We didn't even notice it until it moved in order to throw the armadillo at the door. We found footprints that would look human if not for how incredibly wide they were, or the fact that they only had 4 toes. We collected all the trail cam footage, but still didn't get anything concrete, just a few blurry images or questionable shapes. Since all of the other incidents were so spread out, we thought that we would have a while before the next one. But it was only a few days before we found a big, dead snake at our door. Our daughter came home for 2 weeks at the end of her summer break, and on her first night here, we all stayed up late just catching up and hanging out. Sometime around midnight, the animals started going crazy outside. Chickens, cows, goats, all of them. We told Lizzie it was probably just a fox or a coyote, and Saul went out with his shotgun. But she could tell that I was too nervous for it to just be another animal. I actually screamed when we heard the gun go off. I didn't want to frighten her, but once that girl gets started on something, there's no stopping her until she knows every detail. Once I did tell her, she was skeptical anyway, so that was fine. And Saul always was a better liar than me. When he returned, he was so convincing that even I believed he had only killed a snake. I didn't learn the truth until we were getting into bed that night. He'd seen the creature again. I still can't believe how composed he was for Lizzie, but there were tears in his eyes as he described what happened. By the time he got to the animals, the chickens had gone quiet, so he went to check on the cows and goats. When he got into the barn, all the animals were huddled together into the far corners of their stalls, like they were trying to get away from something. Saul shined his light in the direction that they were staring and saw the creature standing atop one of the railings. It jumped down and ran towards my husband. That's when he fired, but it just kept coming and continued straight past him, out of the barn, and back into the woods. He didn't see how he could have missed the shot, but admitted to closing his eyes when he squeezed the trigger. I'm just grateful he wasn't hurt, and that none of our animals were on the doorstep the following morning. We were fortunate enough for nothing else to happen while Lizzie was home, but 2 weeks later we found another armadillo at our door. And the day after that, it was a skunk. It was around this time we got a weird picture that almost seemed like the creature had stuck its face up to the camera. But that was the only one really worth noting, and we aren't even sure about it. Finally, I had to ask, if it's smart enough to avoid cameras, maybe this is a human in a costume after all. What if someone had just been messing with us this whole time? But there's no doubt in Saul's mind. He's fully convinced this thing can't be human. He's looked into the black holes that are its eyes and insists nothing is behind them. It also smells like death, like its insides are already rotting. Sometime after Halloween, we woke up to find 6 blackbirds on our doorstep, and the doorbell camera showed a hulking figure throwing them at the house, one by one. We'd had enough. Saul drove over an hour to borrow 2 small bear traps from a friend. I didn't like the idea, but we didn't have any animals that weren't securely locked away at night, so I didn't have much of an argument. They were left out just after nightfall and collected first thing in the morning, just to be extra cautious, but they only lasted for a few days. One morning, we woke to find both traps had been broken, like they were bent and warped, as if someone tried to crumple them like paper, but couldn't quite crush it all the way. That scared me more than anything else we had seen. The strength it must have taken is unbelievable. Much more than what it would take to chuck a dead animal at our doorstep. We had a nearly 2-month break after that, until we woke up to find another giant possum on our doorstep. That happened just a few weeks ago, so we're probably due for another visit any time now. The randomness of it is one of the worst parts. You just never know when something is going to happen, and it's never what you're expecting it to be. Never. If I go up to the door and peek out the side window to see if there are any bulky shapes on the stoop, nothing will be there. It's only the mornings, when my mind is completely elsewhere, when I'm rushing to get out of the house without thinking that something is inevitably going to be waiting for me. I just don't understand. Even when it had the chance, it never hurt us. Technically, it's never even threatened us. Not really. When it charged at Saul, he'd been blocking the only exit, and despite the fact that he shot at it, the creature still just ran past him. And though it did disturb the animals, it could have killed them all by now. Yet it only kills things in the forest. I just can't shake the feeling that it thinks it's leaving us gifts, like a cat. I'm not saying I want to pet it, I'm just curious. I've never seen anything so terrifying, and I haven't even seen its face. Saul wakes up in cold sweats all the time because he has nightmares about the holes in its face. If I had known that groups like this exist, I would have shared our story sooner. But my daughter only just told me about you all a few days ago. Since then, I've been reading other people's stories while working up the courage to write this. I just don't know if anyone has the slightest idea of what it could be. Even if you aren't sure, all guesses are welcome. Thanks for reading. I can't help but wonder if a spirit is somehow making its presence known in our apartment. It all started when I suddenly felt a chilling sensation on my lower legs. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, and it was as if an icy breath brushed against my skin. It caused all the hairs on my body to stand up, and at that very moment, my daughter comes rushing to me, visibly scared and pointing towards the kitchen area where her little play kitchen is. She tells me it's too scary in there, still pointing to the kitchen. However, she doesn't elaborate, just cuddles up to me and doesn't move for the remainder of the afternoon until lunchtime. The combination of these two occurrences left me questioning my sanity because I felt scared. The feeling did eventually pass, but just a couple days later, something new started happening. The smell of smoke, repeatedly. There's nothing burning in the house, around the apartment. We don't have fireplaces, nothing. But the smell is so apparent, it might as well be happening inside the house. Deeply concerned after day 3 of this, I decided to confide in my best friend about the strangeness. I share with her that I've been repeatedly smelling smoke, as if a fire was burning in my room, even though there's no source of fire or smoke to be found. I told her at first I'd brushed it off as an oddity, thinking nothing more of it, but as the days go by, the scent of smoke returns, lingering in the air of my room. She's not as concerned as I am, understandable, but the smoke smell won't stop. The persistent phenomenon urges me to try and dive deeper into any possibilities. Driven by madness, curiosity, fear. No, it's fear. I researched online the best that I could for all possible explanations as to why I can smell smoke in my room when there's no logical source. As I immerse myself in the research, I get past all the obvious explanations that just don't fit my situation, and I'm led down a more paranormal path. Reading, I'm forced to imagine that it's possible we might have a ghost attached to our apartment, or worse, something attached to one of us. Last night, my daughter was in bed, and while I was busy feeding the dog, something extraordinary caught my attention. I glanced towards the entrance gate to our apartments, which I can see from my window, and there it is, a flickering flame, both big and small, just dancing in the darkness. This next part, I can't explain in a way that doesn't make me sound crazy, but it feels as if the ghostly entity is attempting to convey a message to me, using this display, or using fire as its medium. Witnessing this, I'm spinning in thoughts of both awe and apprehension. As I got closer to the window, the flame seemed to grow greatly, before disappearing entirely. Now, as a mother, I find myself standing at a bit of a crossroads. I'm for sure unsure about next steps. Part of me wonders if I should embrace this connection and even try to decipher potential messages being sent my way. But the other part of me says that I need to seek assistance in banishing this presence from our lives. The uncertainty weighs surprisingly heavily on my mind. I want to protect my family, provide a safe environment for my daughter. I can't afford to move right now, so what should I do? Any advice would be greatly appreciated as I navigate through this situation. Thank you. Back in 1997, I lived in what I would call a bad neighborhood. It was in the San Fernando Valley, so it wasn't the worst that LA had to offer. The apartment was under the stairs halfway to the back. The rent was cheaper than the other apartments, and I was glad to have gotten it. It was just me and my girlfriend at the time living there. What was odd off the bat was that it had 2 steps from the door to the floor of the apartment. I don't know why, but it was the only one. In this apartment, it was cold almost all the time, despite the outside temperature. The kitchen and living room were open to each other, and the door led to the bedroom. You could see 80% of the apartment from the bedroom. The first odd thing that happened was that night. I could hear someone walking around outside my door, and then knock. Sometimes I was in the living room and could clearly see that no one was out there. A few weeks in, the TV and radio would start to turn on, and then the volume would go up. At the time, I figured that someone had similar electronics and that was causing it. It wasn't until a drawer came open in the kitchen and something fell out onto the floor one night. That's when I started to really wonder. It was my knife drawer, and the chef's knife was on the floor. I was in my bedroom. I could see across the apartment, and no one had been there. I started to ask the neighbors, but they mostly wanted to keep to themselves. The next night, I woke up to quiet sobbing that stopped when I went into the living room. The next day, I struck up a conversation with an older resident. I asked about my apartment, and he smiled. He told me that years back there were some gang members that lived there. They used to make noise and trouble, and everyone stayed away from them. One day, they all got into a fight in the apartment and stabbed someone to death. They just up and left him there, and it took almost a week or so for someone to call the police, as it had started to smell. They couldn't get the smell out because it was in the subfloor. The solution was to tear out all of the carpet and tile the cement under it. Looking at the rough cement, 1-foot floor around the whole apartment, it made sense. He then told me there was more. I was like, great. The next people who would live there had a teenage daughter, and she had a boyfriend in the building. They broke up later, and he would watch her come and go with hate in his eyes. Luckily for him, he didn't hurt her physically, but what he did do was hang himself on the stairs just outside her door, looking at it. He knew that she left for work early, and of course, she found him. Later, I talked to the lady that lived in the apartment where her dead boyfriend lived. She said that she could hear someone opening her door and then walk down the hallway towards my apartment. I did not renew my lease after a year of ghosts and the actual dangerous gang members that lived in these apartments. This happened a few years ago. My mother called me to tell me that she was going to have a birthday party for my father. We usually have dinner, so a party was something different. I wasn't really in the mood for it, only because he's a realtor and tons of people I didn't know would be there. Add the fact that the house has a medium-sized backyard with a pool, and the lighting inside sucks, so you're standing room only in the house and in near dark, with a little more room outside. It was all okay. I did my best to be social, but I stayed in the backyard for the most part. Looking around, I noticed a woman with a boy, 7 years old or so, basically attached at her hip. Anytime they caught my eye, he had his arms around her waist so tight and was looking at me blankly. I didn't approach them. I thought maybe he was autistic or not feeling well or something, but it seemed odd to bring him to this late-night party. When the party thinned out, my sister-in-law asked me, "What did you see?" I said, "What?" Like I didn't know what she was talking about, because at that moment I really didn't know. She said, "I felt something in the backyard, but you could see it. I could tell." I said I didn't see anything strange, but then I said that people shouldn't be bringing their kids to adult parties that run this late, especially when the child clearly doesn't want to be here. She said, "What child?" I pointed out the woman, and there was no longer a child by her side. So I said, I guess they had enough sense to take the boy home. She looked at me, horrified, saying, "There was no boy. That woman, she lost her son a few years back to cancer." I was told later, even by my parents, that there were no children at that party. I drove home freezing the whole time. I couldn't get past the boy's blank expression. Try to rest, little man. This isn't my story exactly, but I heard about it and saw the evidence from those involved. My mother's late boyfriend, who we'll call Steve, grew up in a small town called Oakville. Steve would often take my youngest sisters and my mother to visit family there. He's big on photography, so he was always looking for fun and cool places to take the family where he could take photos. While my brother and I had already moved out, my mom and sisters were still living with Steve at the time. I'd already had 3 kids, so it wasn't feasible for me to join them on these trips. On one particular visit, Steve decided to take them to an old mansion called Graywood Manor, which wasn't far from Oakville. The sun was shining, and it was perfect weather for a hike and some photography. After returning home from the somewhat uneventful visit, Steve had the photos developed. This was almost 25 years ago, so they were using rolls of film. Surprisingly, every photo, except one, captured the joyous atmosphere of the sunny day. The odd photo, however, showcased Graywood Manor at night during a fierce thunderstorm, with lightning illuminating the sky. Strangely enough, the negative for this photo was sandwiched between the normal photos that depicted the sunny day. No one noticed anything unusual when the photo was taken. It was only discovered by the person developing the film. Steve kept the photo and the negative until his passing this summer, and none of us could explain the inexplicable occurrence. I had the opportunity to see the photos and negatives myself, and they left us all bewildered. I wish I'd taken it with me. To this day, the mystery behind that particular photo remains unsolved. This is the story of how the aunt I never came to know died. I'm 38 now, but I learned about this when I was a teenager. My dad actually shared it with me when he was still alive, but it's still questionable if that was intentional or not. We were moving from one place to another, and I'd seen a picture that I'd never seen before in my life. I recognized the little boy as my dad, but I didn't recognize the little girl standing with him in the photo. My mom was the one closest to me when I stumbled upon the picture, so I asked her, "Who is this?" She looked at the photo first. I could tell she knew the answer, but then she shot me a look like she wasn't going to tell me. It was a super weird moment of silence before I asked her again, like, "Come on, Mom, tell me who that is." As I said this, she sort of shushed me. I laughed because it was out of character, and then she just walked out of the room. I was so confused, so with the photo in hand, I followed her. It was as if she was literally trying to outrun me. Finally, instead of laughing, I stopped in my tracks and I said, "Fine, I'll just ask Dad." And she came running back to where I was. And then, just as before, she started to shush me. I gave her a look, hoping to convey I was serious. But then my dad walked into the hallway area we were occupying, and he asked what we were running around about and what I was going to just ask Dad about. Long story short, I accidentally made my dad cry. He tried to hide it, but I know he did, when I showed him the picture. And then I felt so bad I left the room crying. Teenagers. So I didn't even get the story until later, maybe 2 weeks later. But by that time, I'd kind of forgotten about the photo, because we'd moved and everything was so hectic when I started school that year. I didn't really forget about it, but I'd put to bed the idea of asking about it again. Then one night, we're all watching a movie. I can't even tell you what it was, but my dad paused it, and out of the blue, for me anyway, apparently he'd been building up to this with my mom for a while, he says to me, "I could have prevented my sister's death, but I didn't. I'll never forgive myself. I'll always consider myself to blame. I've never talked to anyone about this except your mother, because there's no question that no matter the intentions, what happened resulted in her death." Now, before you go judging my dad too harshly, I should remind you he's no longer with us, but most importantly, he was only 5 years old when this happened, and he carried this with him his whole life. Certain fears he had, well, they made sense after I learned the story. Honestly, a lot made sense once I learned the story. He was 5 and in kindergarten. His sister was 7 and in the first grade. Her classroom was located across the hall directly parallel to my dad's classroom, and the doorways faced each other. All that day, his sister and her friends would taunt my dad from their classroom, make faces, putting the L above their heads, calling him names when he was in ear's range of the door. Just typical sibling drama. Earlier that day at one of their recesses, he'd accidentally embarrassed her in front of her crush, and she wasn't in the business of forgiveness. The bullying continued on the bus ride home after school, only intensified. She and one of her friends from class, they sat in the back to deliver the harassment. By that point, my dad said he'd had enough of it. He turned around and directed a few choice words their way, but that only increased the barrage of insults. And during this time, they lived in the mountains of the western United States, and the houses had acres between the next. The trip home took a little over 50 minutes from school, and he said that they were only 3 or 4 minutes out of the school's gates before she unleashed a bomb on him. She really dug into him with her words, and finally got his cheeks to turn red and his eyes to flutter with speechless disbelief, slowly welling with tears. He interrupted himself to explain that he thought his sister was trying to make him feel the embarrassment that he'd made her feel that day. Well, she stood up in her seat and said something to the likes of, "My disgusting brother still wears diapers because he pees his pants so much." The bus driver tells her to sit down, but the bus full of kids has already erupted in laughter. Even kids in his kindergarten room are laughing. He's humiliated and makes it worse by crying. He said he sat in laughter and ridicule from his peers all the way until their stop. Their parents weren't home yet, usually arriving a couple hours after my dad and his sister got home. When they got to their front yard, my dad, still crying, ran up to the porch and into the house. He quickly shut the door behind him and locked it before his sister could get in. Their doors were never locked, so this just meant that she'd have to walk around back to get inside. Still, he said it felt satisfying to slam the door in her face. He ran into the living room and stood there with his arms folded and a smug look on his face. He was waiting for her to come in through the back door, but then he heard her screams from the backyard. He thought she was trying to trick him, so he cautiously walked through their kitchen area to the back glass door. The first thing he saw was one of the biggest mountain lions he'd ever seen, but his sister was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, the giant cat lunged its head down and out of view, and he realized it was on top of his sister. It was so quick that he grabbed the sliding glass door and started to scream at the cougar, who then tried to grab his sister's body in its mouth to drag her away. He saw a few of his toy cars on the back deck. He grabbed them and began throwing them at the large cat while screaming. One managed to actually hit the cougar, and he thought that's why it dropped his sister's body and jumped back over the fence into the forest behind their house. Within almost the same instant, a neighbor came running over. He was yelling and had his arm above his head. Shortly after that, his wife, or possibly the man's mother, was there as well. The old woman stood in horror as the man attempted to perform CPR. From my dad's current point of view, given his height, he couldn't actually see his sister. As he began to step forward, the old woman called out for him to stay back. Then, she made her way to where he was standing. She told my dad that she called the police before coming over. He didn't really know what that meant, but he thought that it would be good news. He thought the police could for sure help his sister. As my dad sat with the woman inside, he explained where his parents were. He remembers sitting in the kitchen and hearing the woman call his mother. He'd heard her scream over the phone, and he'd never heard her sound like that before. Her voice wasn't angry, she was anguished. My dad's sister was unfortunately already dead by the time the neighbors had shown up. well before my grandparents made their way home. My dad said after that day, he didn't talk for a year, maybe more. He doesn't even remember what made him start talking again, but one day, he was verbal. But he never spoke about what happened that day, ever. Not until he met my mom, at least. Honestly, I'm so glad he told her. I think if he actually had carried that alone, he wouldn't have grown into being the dad that I loved so very much. He would often say that my mom saved his life, and I guess I always wondered a little bit what that meant. Was it just the typical, I was a rebel before this lady kind of thing? It didn't really seem that way, but this story, I think I understood what he meant. Another thing was his fear of cats. It was a really big one. So much so that I've never actually owned one. I suppose I could now, but he was absolutely terrified of them. And he was never an outdoorsy man, which could be a lot of things, but I think this is also a huge reason that he kept us in the city. I told my dad straight up when he told me this that I didn't think he should blame himself at all. It was really just a horrible accident, and he was so young. Plus, he did try to help with his cars and all. Anyway, thanks for reading. So, I'm a 27-year-old Uber driver, and of all the messed up stories I've collected over the last year, none of them have screwed with my head like with what happened last night. Once I got home, it took me hours to fall asleep. Then I dreamed about it, and now I'm writing about it. I always work nights on the weekends. I'm not in a big city, so if you want to actually make enough money to live on, that's when you have to do it. As usual, I spent most of my time driving drunk people around, but none of them were especially rowdy or loud. It was actually one of the easiest nights I've had. Then, at 4 a.m., I signed out of work and headed home. I was almost out of the city limits when I saw a distraught girl standing on the side of the road, sobbing with her hands over her face. It wasn't the safest place for her to be, especially alone. I had to check on her. I'm not a complete idiot. I know the scam where a woman tricks you into pulling over, but I would have never forgiven myself if I kept driving and something happened. As I pulled over, I reached under my seat and placed my gun within easy reach, just in case. And then I cracked the passenger window. She looked at me, and I could see her tears were genuine. Her eyes were red and puffy, snot poured from her nose, and her words were barely intelligible. All the while, I was looking in every direction, ready to hit the gas if anyone else appeared, but they didn't. She had a fight with her boyfriend who made her get out of the car a couple of miles back. That was how far she'd walked before she couldn't go any further. I offered to take her home, and once the door was open, I could see that she was wearing open-toed sandals with a yellow dress which was covered in mud. She even apologized for tracking mud into the car, but that was the last thing on my mind. Assuming that she had fallen on her walk, I didn't mention it. I drove by the bridge where she was left at all the time, and it crossed over an especially muddy creek bed. The road flooded when it rained, and there'd been a lot of rain lately. The guy who ditched her also threw her purse out the window as he drove off. Her phone was inside, so she didn't have a light to look for it or a way to call for help. Nothing. There were no other cars around when we got close to the bridge, so I turned on the high beams, slowed to a crawl, and rolled down the window in hopes of seeing her purse before we had to get out and physically search. It would have been on the driver's side, so my full attention was focused on the tall, muddy grass along the road. My back was to the woman, but we continued our conversation, and I'd already let go of any suspicions. When we were about to pull onto the bridge, I asked if she wanted to do one more pass before we got out, but she didn't respond. Assuming that she was trying to make up her mind, I added that my eyesight isn't the greatest, and she might have better luck, but she still didn't answer. Finally, I turned towards her, but she was gone. She hadn't crawled in the back seat. She wasn't on the floorboard, and it's ridiculous that I even checked because it's a pretty small car. If she had moved, I would still be able to see her. Logically, I understand that she couldn't have gotten out either. If she had, the doors would have made the unlock sound, and the lights would have come on. It would have been impossible to miss. Yet there I was, alone in the middle of that dark road. So I got out and called for her. I hadn't realized she never said her name until that moment, but as I stood in the silent night, I couldn't help returning to my original theory. Was it a setup after all? Were there a bunch of guys hiding in the trees, waiting for me to step away from the car? Even if they were, how had she gotten out? Well, I wasn't going to test my theory, regardless of how she did it. She had clearly brought me there and left me under her own volition. She had been incredibly upset, but she wasn't behaving erratically or irrationally. Given the circumstances, she'd made perfectly logical choices until that moment. After calling out a few more times, I quickly got back into the car and left, paying especially close attention to the tree line, but I still didn't see anyone. I replayed her disappearance the whole way home, and I came no closer to understanding what occurred. In my garage, I realized that the mud was gone too. My floorboards were clean again, as if she never existed. I genuinely began to wonder if I lost my mind. My brother thought I was on drugs, while my sister just sounded worried and asked me to get some sleep. It wasn't until later this afternoon that I spoke to anyone who actually believed me. I always go to the same gas station near my house, so everyone knows me pretty well there. The owner, Jeb, a man in his 60s, has lived here his entire life, and he believed me because he knew the girl. If I had described her to him, or anyone at all, I would think that he was messing with me. But this was too freaky to write off. I shared almost every detail that I've shared here, right down to what I was thinking, every step of the way. But I never described anything about her physical appearance, other than I believed her to be in her 20s. Yet when my story was finished, he described her as if he had been there. He knew what she looked like, and what she was wearing, down to her open-toed sandals. And he told me a couple of stories. One was about how he had once seen the same woman standing on the side of the same road. One night, he was on his way home and he didn't notice her until it was too late to stop. So he parked further up and reversed back towards where she was, only she wasn't there anymore. Assuming he had frightened her, he tried calling out to ask if she needed help, but there was no response. Not sure what else to do, he went home. That happened to him 5 years ago. The next day, he ran into a cop buddy and mentioned the girl, wondering if something had happened to her or if there had been an accident. After describing the event, his friend went pale, told him about a murder that had taken place the previous year. The young couple had been out together when they began to argue. It escalated to the point that the boyfriend pulled over and forced the girlfriend out of the car. Once she was out, he sped off, but soon turned around and ran her over, right there on the side of the road. Her body was found the following morning, and the boyfriend was caught in the neighboring state shortly after. No matter how I look at it, I can't come up with any explanation other than I must have given a ride to a ghost. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around, trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? When I was 6, my family moved into a new house, and something else was living in my room with me. It was a 3-bedroom, and as the youngest, I was left with the smallest room at the back of the house. It was a really weird layout. I've never seen another one like it, but none of us slept very close to one another. Normally, the master bedroom will be on one side and the others will be down some hallway with a bathroom and maybe a closet, but not this place. My parents' room was off the kitchen at one end, and my sister was down the hall, while mine was just all by itself on the other side of the den at the opposite end of the house. This is because my sister's room used to be the master until the previous owners had built the new addition off the kitchen. Nothing weird ever happened anywhere else in that house, just my room. I quickly learned to avoid it at all costs during the day, but I'd still have to sleep in there. And that's when things got really bad. It was one thing when something on a shelf fell over by itself, but the shadow figure scared me to death. In the corner, there was an old spinning green chair, like a small recliner that didn't recline. It made a certain sound when someone sat or spun around, and I heard it on the very first night. I was already having trouble staying asleep, just because it was a new place, but I would drift in and out. When I first heard someone sit down, it was almost a jump scare because I hadn't heard the door open or anyone cross the room, and that surprised me unto itself. Assuming it must be my mom, I opened my eyes, wondering what she could possibly be doing, and that's when the true terror began. Even though this was over 30 years ago, I still remember each of these instances like it just happened. I may not recall what I did for my birthday or where the school took us on field trips, but these are crystal clear. Well, for the first night, my very dim nightlight was on one side of the room, and this chair was on the opposite corner by the closet, so literally the darkest spot in there. I couldn't make out any details about the figure sitting in the chair. It was just a solid, human-shaped black mass, slowly spinning back and forth. The head remained fixed, as if watching me sleep, while the rest of its body moved with the chair. I'd been pretty warm all night, but now it was cold enough to make me shiver, and I wanted so badly to call out for my parents. No matter how hard I tried, my voice wouldn't come. If it knew that I was awake, it might get up. Or what if it spoke? Oh, I also didn't have a way to tell time, so I had no clue how long it was until daylight. It could have been minutes or hours for all I knew. Same goes for how long that thing was there. Eventually, the squeaking sound stopped, and I went into an even higher state of alert. What if it was bored watching me sleep and about to pounce? But the sound of it standing up never came. When I finally worked up the courage to crack open my eyes, it was gone. I threw off the covers and ran to my parents, telling them everything. Obviously, they assumed someone had broken in. I guess I should have too, but the cold dread I felt was so extreme that the idea it could be human never even occurred to me. Dad searched my room and then the house, but found no sign that anyone could have been inside. Ultimately, it was concluded that I must have had a nightmare, and I was allowed to sleep with them for the short hours remaining of the night. I actually ended up spending a few nights in their room, but then I had to go back. I cried for the first hour of trying to fall asleep, but the rest of my things were unpacked by then, so at least I had a clock and a better nightlight. It had been placed in the center of the room. I stayed awake, frightened until sometime around midnight when I finally fell asleep. Then I woke up the next morning and everything was completely fine. The same thing happened once again the next night, and the one after that. At the 1 week mark, I began to wonder if it actually had been a nightmare. But I didn't have to contemplate that theory for long. It was only a few more nights before it happened again. The sound of someone heavy sitting in that chair woke me from a dead sleep, and the slight spinning motion began immediately. I could feel everything run cold, and I pinched my arm until it left bruises, but I never woke up from any nightmare. It all happened exactly like it had the first time. It was almost 3 when it came, and it stayed for 47 minutes before vanishing. Even though the new nightlight should have illuminated anyone or anything in that chair, the figure was still just a black shadow person, turning side to side. This thing watched me sleep off and on throughout my childhood until I went to college. After that, I never slept there again. My parents moved out when I was 25, and I've always wondered about the new homeowners, but never had the courage to make contact. I've been a part-time Uber driver for almost 3 years now, and for the most part, you learn to shrug off the crazies. I was once held at gunpoint, and I had a knife pulled on me, but thankfully, I wasn't harmed. The man with the gun happened after I'd been on the job for nearly a year. He canceled his ride as soon as we got onto the highway, and I noticed it immediately. People suck, so sometimes they'll wait until we enter heavy traffic, hope that we don't see the alert, but I don't play that shit. I pulled over onto the shoulder in the middle of 5 o'clock traffic and told him to get out right there. We went back and forth for a moment as he denied canceling the ride, but when I wouldn't relent, he pulled out a gun. Now, I'll go pretty far not to give someone like that what they want, but a trip to Walmart wasn't worth dying for. That's where he had wanted to go, Walmart. It was less than 10 minutes from our location, and I would never have to leave the main highway. So I calculated it was safer to drive him there. But then he tried to get me to turn off onto a side street where there were far fewer people. I knew the area very well, and there are also plenty of isolated locations that he could have directed me to once we were down there. Now, this guy knew I had a dash cam, and he wasn't wearing a mask. I'd originally hoped that he was just too high to realize how careless he was being, but this was a calculated move. If I was going to die, I would rather it be immediate than endure whatever that creep had in store. So I slowed down, like I was preparing to turn, and I stopped in the middle of the busy highway instead. He started screaming and jabbing me in the back of the head with his gun's barrel. I put the car in park, refused to move, saying that he would have to kill me right there because I wasn't going to any second location. By now, other cars were beginning to notice something wasn't right, and they were stopping as well. So he jumped out and took off running. I was lucky. It could have easily gone the other way, but I truly don't believe he intended for me to survive his attack. Multiple people dialed 911, including an off-duty police officer who followed the man into a neighborhood before he fled through some back streets. It was thanks to him that the police were able to locate the asshole so quickly. The guy who pulled a knife on me just wanted my wallet. This was actually just a few months ago, but I had long ago learned not to carry anything but my ID and phone, which he was also dumb enough to take and leave it on, so police quickly located him with Find My Phone. As horrifying as these instances were, they were almost to be expected. I went into this knowing that those things could happen, but the ones that I'm about to share, no one prepared me for these. No one ever told me that some people were trying to replace ambulances with Ubers. I can't afford the luxury of an ambulance either, but I would never trick a stranger into taking me to a hospital. It was only my second week on the job when I was sent to pick up an elderly woman for a doctor's appointment. I was put at ease by her. It had been a long day. I had just dropped off a man who had been creeping me out his entire 30-minute ride. But here was this sweet old lady with a walker. I helped her in and she thanked me politely. But she appeared kind of disoriented and just overall didn't seem to feel well. I made polite conversation at first, asking how she was, the usual. But her answers were rather short, so I stopped. That's fine. Some people like to chat and some don't. I usually just test the waters and follow suit. Now, her doctor's office was inside the hospital, so that's where we were going. But about 15 minutes into the ride, she tried to say something that came out really jumbled. Glancing into the rearview mirror, I started to ask her to repeat herself when I noticed half of her face had completely drooped. She was having a stroke, and I was terrified. I called 911 and explained everything while I was still en route to the hospital. At first, I was thinking, wow, what are the odds that this happens on her way to a doctor's appointment? But I later learned that was a lie. She knew something was wrong, but she couldn't afford to call an ambulance, so she tried Uber instead. Luckily, that instance turned out okay in the end. The woman survived. The same wouldn't hold true for the next one, though. Maybe 6 or 7 months later, I picked up a man for a quick trip to his daughter's house. When he first got into the car, I was a little concerned because he seemed very out of breath. But he was old, so I figured that was normal for him. The location was only 10 minutes away, so I wasn't too worried. But the second I tried to turn onto the highway, he clutched his chest and began complaining of chest pains, saying he needs to go to the hospital now. His daughter later admitted that he was having those pains for quite some time before he asked her to meet him at the hospital, but she didn't realize he was ordering an Uber. Anyways, I panicked. I had no clue what to do or if he was faking it or what, but I couldn't risk it. What if he died while I was sitting there trying to figure out what to do? So I rushed to the hospital. He got very quiet when we were still at a good 10 minutes away, and that really scared me. Then I began to smell something so awful. He died before we arrived. That's how I learned that our bowels release when we pass away. The ordeal may have been one of the worst days of my life. I felt guilty for the longest time, like it was somehow my fault. And no one cleans that kind of mess for you, so I had to do it myself. Yeah, overall, I can't wait to reach a point where I don't have to do this anymore. When I was a teenager, my family moved into a large Victorian-style house in Beaver, Pennsylvania. If you've never heard of it, I'm not surprised. Quaint little historical township with a population of less than 5,000. Our family moved there specifically for my mom's work with the Beaver Area Heritage Foundation. At the time, it was one of the few jobs where she could build her own hours, split time between working from home and occasionally going into work for board meetings or something specific. This sort of meant everything to my mom at the time. My little sister was just 3 and not yet in school, and she always hated that she had to work nonstop at the historical museum when I was growing up. But that's just where they were at the time, my parents and their money. But now, she had this opportunity. So, the house. In 2010-ish, my mom was perusing the internet looking at various houses in the Beaver area. She landed on something relatively close to the super historical district. I caught a glimpse of this beauty on my mom's computer and practically squealed in excitement while asking if that's where we were going to live. She was enthusiastic, saying she and my dad were going to look at it that afternoon. Unfortunately, I'd be at school, so it was a no-go for me. I told my mom that she better buy that beautiful house. The next time we spoke, that's exactly what happened. From the outside, from the photos, I'll admit, the home was incredibly dreamy. It was and still is the biggest place I've ever lived in, but I was a bit thrown off living directly across the street from a history museum. I guess there were worse things to look at, I reasoned. But for me, the dream factor wore off relatively quickly. It should have been great, and sometimes, especially towards the end of my time there, it was. But not always. And those times made it hard to imagine anything would be normal in that house. Cut to the moment where we all see the home together. I was impressed. It held up to my expectations from the outside. But the moment we crossed the threshold from outside to inside, I wondered why it felt so dark. Part of me was expecting to see beautifully painted walls or ones filled with colorful wallpaper. It was clear the photos had slightly exaggerated or had somehow let in a lot more light. The whole ride here, my mom was beaming, totally excited, especially to show my sister and I the house and our rooms. So, I tried to be happy and excited, anything but a bratty teen at that moment. But I guess I failed since my mom asked me, "What's wrong? You don't like this beautiful home?" "Well, just wait till you see your room." She smiled, and I returned the smile. I picked up my little sister and excitedly told her that we were going to go see our rooms. Immediately, I could tell which room my mom wanted for me, the one that I wanted for me. Large bay window, tall white wooden shutters, rose-colored wallpaper, and a gold accent wall. I was already envisioning what it could look like with my special touch. Thankfully, I didn't feel this dark feeling in my room. I chalked up the initial feeling to just being naive, thinking that a home would look exactly like highly edited photos online, ones taken in a way that make the home look exactly like a dream. The house was fine, I concluded. Satisfied, I took my little sister to her room. It was much smaller and sat right next to mine. My sister couldn't care less about going into her room. She preferred to stay in my room. I walked into her room, and again, the moment I crossed the threshold into that room, I felt this dark, palpable heaviness. She also had rose-colored walls, a large window letting in lots of light, but I didn't like that despite all of this, it felt shady. But as a teenager, I dismissed that feeling pretty quickly and went back to my room. But it wasn't long after moving in that my little sister was running to my room, crying, struggling to breathe, shaking me awake. It was the dead of night. I could barely see her face, but I could hear her, and I instantly grabbed her into the bed and asked her what was wrong. She told me someone's in her room. I maybe should have been alarmed, but I wasn't at first. I made her calm down. I asked her to tell me about her dream, but she swore it wasn't a nightmare. She cried that she was sleeping, but he woke her up. Suddenly, it dawns on me that we are in a new house, and it's entirely possible someone's in her room. I grabbed my sister and quietly ran to my parents' room to wake them up. I was talking in almost a whisper as I told my parents what was going on. Now, we were all freaked out, but my dad grabs his gun and tells us to stay inside the room, while my mom's hugging my sister. She says quietly that she doesn't think Daddy's gun is going to help. That's when we learned that the man in my sister's room was really a large, dark shadow of a man. Describing him, she said he was see-through. I looked at my mom like, right, bad dream? My dad comes back in the room soon after and declares that no one's in the room, or any of the rooms for that matter. All the doors and windows are locked. So we all put my sister back to bed, my bed, for the record, and then I was silently blamed in the hallway for exposing my sister to scary movies, causing her to have nightmares. For a moment, I decided that I was going to sleep in my sister's bedroom. If she was going to take my room, I was going to take hers. And that's when I remembered the feeling, not before, but as soon as I crossed that threshold. Heaviness. I instantly felt for my little sister. Sure, there was no shadow people in here, But why did it feel so weird in this room? Surely she had to feel that too. And my parents? I don't know. But I went back to my room and I slept through the night. However, that sleeping through the night thing would become rare. I'd end up switching rooms with my little sister. Well, almost. I didn't want to. She was clearly so disturbed, though, and spending more time in my bedroom anyway, it just made sense. My parents incentivized the deal by giving me permission to drive their car on the weekends. But after seeing how excited my sister was to move rooms, I was practically sold anyway. But I allowed them to bribe me. During the move, my dad said that he kept hearing something interesting. Then, my mom, too. Scratching noises all throughout the room. My dad says that he needs to work on eliminating any possible pests before they make the move. At first, I was so confused, like, what kinds of pests? Rats? Bugs? Maybe it's just the sound of you moving around. I don't want to move into an infested room, though. Then he tells me that he's heard these in the walls before. While he was installing my sister's bed, when we moved in, he thought he'd heard scratching in the walls. He searched around, but he didn't find any sign of actual pests. No feces, nothing suspicious in the basement or the attic. But he tells me that he never officially checked the walls, and that it could be something messing with the electrical in that room. Over the next few months, things got strange. I was back to sharing a room with my little sister, but that wasn't the strange part. My dad had various people in and out for the inspections, and eventually he decided that he wanted to replace the drywall in that room. He was still hearing the scratching, my mom too. So construction on my new room started, and during that time, things got even worse. Even the nights where we weren't talking about experiencing things, we all were. Now, what my parents heard was scratching. I heard whispering. There were multiple nights when I would be awake, assuming that I was the last one up in the house. But then I'd hear this whispering coming from the other side of the wall. I would press my ear against the wall just to confirm what I was hearing. I'd be so sure that it was my parents having some sort of hushed discussion, so I'd get up and I'd go to my new room, figure out what they're saying. But they wouldn't be there. I'd walk into the room and hear absolutely nothing, and see absolutely nothing. Then I'd walk to my parents' bedroom door. I'd place my ear against their door. Silence. This happened multiple times, but I started to realize it only happened after 12 a.m., so for the first time in my life, I developed a bedtime. At 10 o'clock every night, I would will myself to sleep. This worked for a minute, maybe a week or even 2 weeks, but eventually it started again. I'd find myself drawn to that room a lot over this period of time. Basically, I wasn't sleeping. My sister, however, seemed to be sleeping like a baby. Then, about a month, maybe less, into the deconstruction of that room, the contractors find something in the walls. Bones. Bird bones. Squirrel bones. Snake skins. The whole lot. But naturally, the most unsettling thing they found, and why they ultimately had to stop construction, were the human remains. Over the next several weeks, the scene had to be preserved, and it was recommended that we stay in a hotel, so that's what we did. We crammed into a hotel while crews worked to remove the remains from our house. My mom was technically thrilled because she thought that she might get wind of the situation, given her job. Possibly they were the remains of a historical figure. She was partially right. She was involved in the process months later of having the skull donated to the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia, which is known for its extensive collection of medical oddities, including a collection of over 130 human skulls. So at the time, and maybe to this day, the remains were not officially identified. But they are, to the best of my knowledge, all being preserved, in addition to the skull at the museum. Also, my parents do in fact still own this house. It did in fact not sit well with me at first, but I continued to grow up there, and so did my little sister, for much longer. But we didn't have any of those experiences, no more oddities in the house. So, who knows? Maybe our house was haunted for a minute. Maybe it was infested by animals that got scared away. Or maybe it was all in our heads. But you can't deny the bones. Basically, anyone you tell this story to is going to come up with their own theories anyway. So, thanks for reading. So, straight up, I made this throwaway account for this because I'm ashamed of my actions. But I'm in over my head, and I really need some help. Just know that karma has thoroughly put me in my place, and my mistake will never be repeated. I live in a small, poor neighborhood, and for 7 years, I've been at war with the old woman next door, Helga. If I have family or friends over, and someone's parked on the curb, she'll call the police. If my dog barked, she'd call the police. That's why I never got another one after Buddy passed. If I play music, she'll call the police. Obviously, nothing came of it, but it was still a pain to deal with. If I put out yard decorations, she'll find a reason to complain. If they aren't somehow offensive, they violate the HOA policy. Fun fact, we don't have an HOA. We're all poor. Everything looks like shit. Hell, there's tinfoil all over her windows. I mean, come on. But she's like that towards everyone. I only get the worst of it because her house is on the corner, and I'm unfortunate enough to be directly next to her. She lived in that house alone for at least 15 or 20 years, according to the other neighbors, and no one has ever seen her have company. Since I moved in, I've only seen her leave 2 or 3 times, but she gets a lot of deliveries. So I figured that she's just ordered everything off Amazon. Because of the tinfoil and her tendency to only come outside at night, we didn't catch many glimpses of her. But when we did, she always seemed kind of dirty and unkept. A couple years ago, when I still had Buddy, I was walking around the block as Helga collected her boxes, and there was a row of scary tribal masks hanging on the wall behind her. I only saw them for a quick second before she hurried back inside, but I'll never forget the one in the center. The face was long and had a pointed chin, large rectangular teeth. Its eyes were closed in angry slants, and red war paint adorned its head and cheeks. My description truly doesn't do it justice. Its menacing expression made it seem alive. The guy who lives across from her, Joe, was coming home late one night, like 3 a.m, not expecting anyone to be out. But Helga was standing in the middle of the street, with her arms raised to the sky, wearing a black hooded robe. When the headlights hit her, she started screaming in what sounded like Latin, and Joe thinks that she put a curse on him because he had a wreck just 3 days later. It totaled his truck. He got banged up a little, but could have been much worse. Everyone got really wary of Helga after that, but life moved on without much else happening until 2 weeks ago, when she actually left her house. On the few occasions this has happened, she left after dark and returned before dawn, but on this day, she left at lunchtime. I expected to see her car back the following morning, but it was still gone. She didn't return the next day either, or the next. Meanwhile, her boxes are piling up at the door, and in our neighborhood, they would have been immediately stolen at anyone else's house, but not Helga's. At least not until I couldn't stand the curiosity anymore. This is the part where I'm arguably a huge dick. The logical side of me felt like the boxes probably contained basic household items, toilet paper, trash bags, laundry detergent. But the kid in me couldn't stop thinking about that freaky mask, wondering what else she might collect. I mean, I was gonna put it back. But yeah, I stole a box. One of the big ones, in fact. And I'm still paying for it. I ripped into it like a kid at Christmas, but inside was a large wooden cigar box with a little clasp, a cheap lock. The key was taped to the bottom with a card that read, "Do not open," in bold print. Obviously, I had to open it, but I wasn't immediately certain of what I was looking at. A small glass vial had a lock of hair tied to it with string, and there was a pile of what I believed to be dried out herbs, petals, and something that looked like ashes. Disappointed, I put it all back and threw it in a drawer for the time being. That night, I was getting ready for bed and I heard a loud crash in the hallway. When I went to check, glass was all over the floor from a broken picture frame. The frame hadn't fallen. The glass had just shattered. I couldn't find anything that might have hit it. I live alone. I don't have any pets. The best I could guess was some kind of hot to cold, or is it cold to hot, reaction, even though I experienced absolutely no temperature changes myself. The next night, I had awful nightmares, where I heard someone fumbling around in the living room, and I went to check it out. As I reached the end of the hallway, a shadowy stick figure stood with its head barely an inch below the ceiling. And upon seeing me, it rushed towards me at a blinding speed. I stumbled backwards as it shot through me, and I bolted straight up in bed, gasping for breath. I was clammy with cold sweat, and there was a sharp pain in my chest. When I opened my shirt, there was a big red rash in the center of my chest. Freaked out, I went to the bathroom, but when I turned on the lights, I saw the same shadowy stick figure behind me in the mirror. I turned around, screaming, but nothing was there. Likewise, it was gone from the mirror as well. A day or two later, a picture frame fell off the wall, but at least that one didn't break. Then that night, I dreamed the figure was on my ceiling, looking down at me. It turned into black smoke and funneled down my nose and throat like fire. Again, I woke up in a clammy sweat, and now I had a hacking cough as well. The night before last, I woke up to a banging on my closet door that didn't stop until I got up and opened it. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Was the box cursed? Was it a trap? Was someone trying to curse Helga? But I intervened. No one knows where she is. 3 days ago, I went door to door asking if anyone knew where she might be, but the neighbors were as confused as me. Afterwards, I called the police to report a possible missing person. They're looking into it, but the only update I've received was to say that they couldn't find any relatives or friends. They're pursuing other avenues. I've already put the package back, but I feel like I messed up really bad. I have no clue how to break a curse, and I can't even Google it without knowing what kind it is. Does anyone have any idea what the deal is with that freaky box, or the shadow thing? I've decided to share my story as a cautionary tale for anyone who happens to live in an area with high crime rates. My husband was a first-year surgical intern when we got married in 2012, and I'm a hairstylist, so needless to say, we weren't making much money. We wanted to get our own place so badly that we settled for a small, cheap house in a bad area. We'll get cameras and fix it up. It'll be romantic. We told ourselves all the usual lines, made it sound like an adventure. Well, I guess in a way it was, just not the kind we wanted. Anyone in the medical field will know the hours are insane, but interns are a next level of extreme. When they're not working, they're on call. But even when they're not on call, most of them are still at the hospital, trying to get in extra labs or just hoping for an opportunity to get hands-on experience. We were too young and naive to consider these factors when buying that house. Had we understood how often I would be spending the nights alone, things would have been handled differently. 2 weeks into living there, I took Ben's dinner to the hospital, and when I got back home, one of the windows was broken. Not wanting to go inside, I called the police and waited for them at the convenience store. After they checked the house, I discovered our TVs, along with our iPads, computers, most of our kitchen appliances, had been stolen. It was heartbreaking. We couldn't afford to replace any of it right away. I've never had anything like that happen to me, and this was a small incident by comparison. We got a few things back over the next couple of weeks as people tried to pawn certain items, but most of it was gone forever. We really couldn't afford anything like ADT, but we got a few cameras. Not that they helped. It's just the best we could do. A few months later, I was home alone for the night watching TV when there was a loud bang in the kitchen. I looked into the other room to see a man in a black ski mask standing before the open back door. He had just kicked it in. We made eye contact for a brief second before he charged at me. I took off towards the front door, but too slow. As I tried to unlock it, the man grabbed me from behind, threw me to the floor. I was screaming the whole time, but that's when he kicked me, and I immediately went silent. There was this huge bruise across my side for weeks. I'll never forget that level of pain and fear. I genuinely thought I was going to die. I couldn't think at all. I was just acting on pure instinct. The guy began looking around the room like he was searching for something, and my hand shot under the couch where I had stashed one of my old softball bats. Worried that I wouldn't be able to generate as much force with a swing, I rammed the end into his crotch. He dropped to his knees with an awful cry. When I tried to run, he grabbed my ankle, and I fell back onto the ground. As he pulled me towards him, I turned, swinging the bat as hard as I could, without knowing where it would strike. But it connected with the side of his face, sent him sprawling backwards. When my ankle was free of his grasp, I ran out of the open back door and called 911. I was so frightened that I hid in my neighbor's bushes until they arrived, but the guy was long gone by then. It won't surprise you to learn that he was never caught. I doubt the police even looked. That neighborhood wasn't exactly a high priority for them. But yeah, I couldn't stay there after that. So Ben and I lived with my parents for almost a year while we sold the house and got a new place. This time we waited until we could afford to live somewhere we felt safe, and we're very happy about that now. Just be careful when you're making those kinds of decisions. Don't let silly things get in the way of smart choices. When I was 17, my dad was the manager of a movie theater, and I worked for him during my summer break. This was back in the 80s when people still got paper checks, and I would sometimes hand them out. During my first time doing this, I had one left over. It was for an old man that retired the previous week, and he had had some health problems, so Dad asked me to run it by the guy's house to save him the bus trip. It got me off work a little early, and he lived close by, so that was fine with me. I got there and knocked on each door for a solid 5 minutes, but no one answered. I had to drive back up the road to call my dad from a payphone, just to ask if I could leave it in the mailbox instead. He didn't like that idea very much and insisted that the man was definitely home, but probably asleep. I really wasn't happy about the prospect of knocking on this guy's windows, but my dad is a hard man to argue with. So I hurried back to get it over with. I tried the doors again first, just in case, but still had no luck. Made my way to the backyard. Upon identifying the window supposedly belonging to the bedroom, I pressed my face to the glass and began tapping lightly, but stopped abruptly when 2 cats bolted away at the sound. They had been crouched over something, but it took a moment for my eyes to recognize the bulky shape on the floor as a person. I could only see him from the waist down. He wasn't moving. Thinking he must have fallen recently, I tried the window, and it opened easily beneath my hands. That's when the smell hit me. There's nothing in the world like it. It's kind of sweet, but rotten at the same time, and I mean sweet in the worst way possible, for sure. Using my shirt to cover my mouth and nose, I stuck my head in just far enough to confirm what I already knew. The old man was dead. But not only that, The cats had begun eating away at his face. His lips, nose, and ears, they'd been gnawed away to the bone. I couldn't get away fast enough. Slamming the window shut, I raced back to the payphone to call the police, and then my dad. He got there a few minutes after the ambulance, and I went home. I had seen and smelled more than enough for a lifetime. We later learned that the man died of a stroke, either the same night or the morning after his retirement gathering, so he'd been there for a solid 6 days. His cats had one of those automatic feeders and water bowls, so they probably had food for the first couple of days, but once they ran out, well, I had nightmares that whole summer, and even though it's been nearly 40 years now, I still remember that smell and the look of his disfigured face like it was yesterday. I'll tell you what, though, Dad never sent me to another employee's house again, and these days, I don't show up anywhere without calling first. This took place about 12 to 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened, but I swear I remember it as clear as most days recently. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver, as I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I'd call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house reserve, and outside of this house was what appeared to be a hitchhiker. I obviously thought this was weird as hell, because being rugby season, it was pretty damn cold at 1 a.m., and due to the recent spat of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this hitchhiker because I thought that they would be safer crashing at my parents' for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is gonna sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is liken the face to an old, brown, leathery volleyball type thing. I felt my blood run cold, literally, as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror, and there was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was just, funny you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays, but she mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told about the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up from outside that house. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Anyhow, that's my story. Cheers. My mother had slipped and fractured her hip, so she was in the hospital for a while. During her time in the hospital, I would visit her in the evenings until closing time, and then go home. During that time, I struck up conversations with a younger male, who I assumed was also visiting family in the hospital. It would always be just the two of us at about 10 p.m. at night, bidding each other goodnight in the hospital car park. One night, I came out of my mother's room to meet him at the lifts on my way down. As we had shared snacks and recognized each other in various waiting rooms, I thought nothing of it when he offered me an unopened can of pop, as he was already also sipping on one. Before stepping into the lift, I opened my can and took a sip. By the time we reached the car park, I had drunk about a third of my drink. Suddenly, my whole body just went numb. I felt like I couldn't swallow, blink, breathe, or even walk. I felt like my body had shut down. I watched as I sat myself on the ground, supporting myself on the man's leg. He told me to sit and wait for him, that he would get his car and drive me around to the emergency room doors. I was panicking, but I couldn't speak, just weakly nodded while struggling to breathe. I lay on the asphalt as his car pulled up, and he helped me into the front passenger seat of the car. It was a white, long car, station wagon type, and he kindly put the passenger seat back so I could lay back and rest. I drifted in and out of sleep, trying to work out why we had not yet arrived at the emergency doors. I don't drink alcohol anymore, but I've been extremely drunk before, and this is exactly how I felt now. I could not speak. My thoughts were jumbled, and my body was just not cooperating. I kept opening my eyes, and I could see light shining out of tall building windows as they flew past, but I couldn't squint or focus to properly recognize which part of the hospital these buildings belonged to. I then fell asleep. I was woken after a while because I was being rocked from side to side. I reached over to steady myself, and I touched a wall with knobs. Confused, I tried opening my eyes. I realized that I had touched the knobs of a car radio. As I slowly refocused my thoughts and tried to work out where I was, I suddenly felt extremely nauseous. I knew that I would need to throw up immediately if the rocking didn't stop. As I turned my head to the right, I felt a stream of cold air blowing directly on my face, and that calmed my stomach a bit, but the rocking didn't stop. Before I could say or mumble anything, I started throwing up. The car stopped, and the next thing I knew, I was dragged onto the ground by a pair of hands. I lay on my stomach, heaving and retching on the ground, and realized I was looking into pure darkness. I smelled dead leaves. I smelled soil. I smelled grass. The night air was cool and welcoming, and I was no longer rocking, so I felt better. Suddenly, I was jerked to my feet and pulled to the back of the car. The boot opened and I climbed in and laid down. The car then took off again, rocking and bumping. I had so much saliva drooling out of my mouth. I was sick again, but nothing else came out except for the sick, sweet aftertaste of that pop at the back of my throat. Sometime later, I woke up and slowly pulled myself up and peered over the back seat. We were driving along a dark lane lined with trees. Pitch black. As I rested my head on the back of the seat while dry heaving, I tried to focus and work out where we were. All of a sudden, I see a row of lights behind a row of trees to my left. They suddenly disappear, but give my muddled mind enough time to think, why are we driving in a ditch? After some more driving, the car swings into a little lane to our left and comes to a halt, and the headlights and engine are switched off. The front door opens and slams. I lie there trying to open my eyes and focus, but I'm so dizzy. I feel like my eyes are whipping from side to side, so I keep them closed. I tell myself not to fall asleep again as I struggle to get my mind and my body to cooperate with my will. It's like I'm trying to will myself to sober up. Another me is sober, but my mind and body have not yet caught up. I slide over the back seat and I lie down on the floor immediately behind the driver's seat. There is a metal bar that runs across the back of the front seat of the car, but with enough crawl space underneath. I press my face to it. It's cool and welcoming. I wait for the driver to open any of the car doors. I have no idea where he is. I fall asleep again. I slowly wake up again to the smell of cigarette smoke. I know he's near, but I don't know where. Suddenly, the boot opens. I'm not a petite female by any means. I'm 5'8", 85 kilograms in weight. Somehow, I crawl, slither into the front seats. The next door that opens is the back door, and that slams shut too. I slip my legs back under the bar and slither back onto the floor behind the driver's seat again, just as the front door opens. I can't open my eyes or lift my head, because if I do, everything will start spinning, and I'll need to throw up again. Suddenly, the driver's door opens, and I hear the sound of a metal baseball bat getting pulled out from somewhere near my head, and the door slamming shut. The driver's door opens again, and music starts blaring very loudly from inside the car. Suddenly, the body of the car starts getting whacked loudly by the baseball bat. There are loud thumps around the car, and they keep going around and around the car. They stop. After a while, the driver's door opens and the music stops. My ears are ringing. I realize the driver's door has not closed again, nor has the car sunk with the weight of someone getting into the car. Suddenly, the boot opens again. I somehow slither back into the front, but this time, I slide halfway out the driver's door, which is still open. As I slowly slide under the car, I hear the back door on the passenger side open. I slide under the car, out of breath, breathing in dirt, dust, and soil. I swallow some. I'm stuck between two wheels, under a car, eating dirt, dizzy as hell. Once again, I have to remind myself to stay awake. I slowly pull myself forward. My arms hurt. My face is being dragged through the dirt, and I realize I have somehow lost my shoes. I want to stay under the car forever and just sleep. But the other me keeps yelling for my body and my mind to match my will. So I keep sliding forward. As I get to the front, I get stuck. There's no more space. As I stretch my arms forward, the car engine starts. I hear the driver door slam. I suddenly have this burst of energy where I scurry and slither to the right and come out near the front passenger door. I keep slithering forward and find the earth in front of me giving way to nothing. I keep moving forward and slide into a ditch hole. I slide forward. I feel the earth get harder and start to rise again. So I slide back in the ditch. The car is still there, and the music comes on again. I hear whacks on the side of the car. I hear whacks on the ground. I hear the baseball bat thrown to the ground. Suddenly, I hear my phone ring. I hear him mutter in a language I don't understand. I hear him whack something hard with the baseball bat. It makes a pinging sound. My phone stops ringing. I hear him grunting and stomping, and I hear him whacking things. Suddenly, the vehicle revs its engine. The door slams, and it moves. It reverses and goes away. I peer over the dirt back to where I came from, and I can't see anything. I can't focus on anything. My eyes are still swinging wildly. I close them again. I realize I need to move along the ditch to the left, as that's where I saw a row of lights. I still hear the music. Even though far, it's not going anywhere. It's still playing in the distance somewhere. I start dry heaving again. My mouth is dry, tastes terrible. My breath stinks. I get up to walk. I fall down. I'm facing my left before the hard, pebbly rise of the ditch is on my right now. I touch it, support myself. I focus on the feel of the pebbles as I walk towards the row of lights. Suddenly, the music is back, loud. I sit down and I lean my back against the hard feel of pebbles and open my eyes and focus on the lights coming towards me. But they move past from my right to my left. I watch it swing in behind a thin row of shrubs on my left. I hear him get out, whack his way towards where I am. I throw myself back into the dirt. The whacking stops. The door slams. The music goes back to where it came from. I keep moving along the ditch, the rise to my right, and the music constantly keeps moving back and forth on my left. I eventually can walk without being pulled to my left and falling over. My eyes are finally staying open longer. My mind starts telling me that it's safer for me with this person I know than me heading towards some unknown. I don't know how many times I believed he was looking for me to take me home, to save me. I was just too exhausted to walk towards the music and the light, so I just kept stumbling along. Suddenly, the music left and left for good. The sky was becoming gray. I started shivering. I sat down, shivering, and fell asleep. I woke up cold, wet, and could see. I looked around and realized I was in a field or forest with trees and shrubs and a dirt road that ran along where I was facing. I slowly got up and started shivering again, and I started to climb the rise. It got slippery as the pebbles slipped under my feet. Suddenly, I felt fear, deep fear. I panicked and clambered, screaming and crying up the slope. I got to the top and realized I was on train tracks. I quickly crossed over and went down the other side. I was so scared, so scared of being found and picked up by this person again. I kept walking. How long? I don't know. All the while, my mind would jump between listening with paranoia to my surroundings, then trying to recall every little detail of the night. I realized my handbag, car keys, details of where I lived, everything were most likely in his car. All I knew of him was his name, Francis. My mind went blank. I just walked, penniless, without ID and shoes, and guess what? Stinking of piss and shit. Suddenly, in front of me was a collection of houses. I waited in the bushes for some time, scared shitless of all people, sure that they would hand me back to the person who did this to me. It took me a while to approach this lady who did not ask questions, but allowed me to call my sister to come pick me up. She allowed me to wash my face and wait in her house until my sister arrived. She never asked anything. I was thirsty as hell, but water just tasted horrible. My sister arrived, pissed as fuck. She wanted to know what happened. She wanted me to go to the police. I told her I was exhausted. She told me I stank. She asked about my car. I lied, said that it had been stolen, purse and all. I could hardly speak. I asked if I could sleep at her house. I had a shower. I drank a cold beer in 3 gulps. No idea why I wanted a beer. And I went to bed. I woke up that night, called my mother, told her I wouldn't be visiting anymore. I felt terrible, emotionally, physically. I felt so hungover and exhausted. I slept for 3 days. My sister kept asking what happened until she gave up. We never really speak of that time. I don't think we ever will. I picked up my car from the hospital car park a month later. No parking fees, thank goodness. I filed a police report, but other than that, I never told anyone. My best friend and her husband moved me out of my place, back in with my mom a week later. I resigned from my job. This happened in 1993, and this is the first time that I've spoken of it. I still feel fear, but not as bad. It's when I ask myself, what if? That's when I go numb. I'm a 29-year-old female in northern Louisiana. My husband and I just moved out here with our son after my brother died 2 months ago. He didn't have any kind of will, so everything automatically just came to me. And since we were living in a cramped, slummy apartment, we decided to move. My brother overdosed, collapsed in the hallway, but we've always been skeptics, so the possibility of a haunting wasn't even on our radar. I was barely holding it together in general. I can't stress how much that kind of stuff never remotely occurred to us, even after things started happening. It still took a long time for our minds to go there. We were so busy the first week that we dismissed a lot of strange noises as animals living in the walls. The house is in a heavily wooded rural area, so it seemed like an obvious answer. It was only after we finished getting everything unpacked that Nolan, my husband, started paying attention to the noises. Once he pointed it out, I agreed it sounded strange. like something big is clawing at the actual wall. Any insulation between it and the animal is gone. There's more than just a squirrel or rodent running around in the crawl spaces. This is more like a huge raccoon got really pissed off and started tearing away into the home. We didn't know what to do. Our son is only 3. We didn't want to risk a possibly rabid animal getting inside, and I didn't want Nolan anywhere near it either, so we called animal control. After their second visit, they said the only thing they found was a family of squirrels, which were safely relocated. But we insisted that there had to be more. We showed them a video of a particularly intense scratching incident. It convinced them to check again, and larger traps were placed, but nothing else was captured. It got to the point that animal control recommended that we call the police in case we had a squatter. We were immediately freaked out. I'd seen body cam footage of that shit on YouTube, so we called the cops. They checked everywhere, but there was no trash or makeshift bedding like they'd usually find in those circumstances. If not for the video, I don't think they would have believed us, but they agreed the noise was concerning and asked us to call them the next time it happened. Nolan didn't tell me until later, but they were worried someone was coming in and out purely for the sake of scaring us. We heard it the next night, and the same officers returned, but it stopped less than a minute before they arrived. They searched everywhere, but still came up empty-handed. The officers were kind enough to stay for an extra 20 minutes, just in case it started again, but no such luck. During that time, we shared our whole story of why we moved here, and the police suggested it could be my brother's ghost. That was the last time we involved authorities, not because we were offended, but we were starting to think the same thing ourselves. The police being involved was all we had left grounding us to reality. It made it real, tangible, but after hearing them say it too, that was hard. It took close to a month for those events to play out, but that wasn't the only thing going on during that period. Our son never had a problem sleeping in his own room until we moved here. At first, we blamed the combination of animal noises on top of being in a new place. We let him stay in our room while he adjusted, but we were equally unsuccessful on this front. If the noises happened during the day, we would take Grayson to it and explain exactly how animals sometimes crawl into people's homes to build their nests. Then I found several YouTube videos of cute, fluffy raccoons being safely relocated. If anything, it worked too well. Grayson was not only no longer afraid, he was adamant that we needed to adopt the raccoons. Since he was no longer afraid of the noises, we thought that he would return to his room. But then he told a horrifying story about a man coming in and sleeping next to him. I almost fainted until he added that the man had a purple face, puffy blue lips, and a chin covered in whipped cream, like a cartoon character. We thought it must be imaginary and assumed everything traced back to the new environment. We should have explained the noises sooner. By this point, animal control had set the first traps, so we were thinking that it would be over any day now. Clearly, that wasn't the case, and things with the purple man continued to progress. Grayson began having nightmares that would keep us awake. So Nolan and I began taking turns sleeping in our son's room, starting with my husband, since he had to work the next morning. At breakfast, I asked how he slept, expecting the answer to be positive, but he said the noises were even louder in the back, to the point that it freaked him out a little bit. I had the same experience on my first night, but then things were quiet for a day or two. Then, on one of Nolan's turns, he randomly got in bed with us around 2 a.m. He tried not to wake me, but he was shaking like a leaf. I assumed that he must have been cold and went back to sleep. The next thing I knew, it was morning, and Nolan was still awake. He followed me into the kitchen while I made breakfast and said that he felt like he was losing his mind. The scratching had woken him up again, and he rolled over to grab his water from the nightstand. When his eyes opened, he was facing the hallway through the open door, and a man that looked like my brother walked by. Nolan jumped out of bed, chased after him, but he couldn't find any trace of the guy. He had gone out right behind him, but no one was there. I didn't know how he didn't wake up during all of this. Buddy peeked in on us before checking every room, but nothing was out of place. Then, when he finally got into bed, he couldn't stop listening for footsteps. At first, I thought he dreamed the whole thing, and it just scared him so badly that he woke up and thought it was all one event. But this was also the same day that Animal Control had advised speaking with the police, so we were extra freaked out by their suggestion. I admittedly panicked pretty hard at first, but after the police did their search, I began to look at everything from a calmer perspective. It just seemed too unlikely that we would happen to get some kind of invisible ninja squatter. So, I stuck to my original theories and stayed in the other room as planned. As expected, the scratching noise eventually woke me up, so I looked around but saw nothing and no one. I quickly fell back asleep, and even with that one interruption, it was the most sleep I'd gotten since this all started. The next night, however, is what did me in. When the scratching noise came, I just laid there waiting for it to stop, and it did. But then someone sat at the foot of the bed, and my heart stopped. When I opened my eyes, the weight vanished, but it didn't feel like anyone stood up. It was just there 1 second and gone the next. I almost retreated into the master bedroom, but the longer I was awake, the more I began to doubt myself. Obviously, no one could have sat on the bed and vanished into thin air, so I calmed down enough to fall back asleep, and that's when I had an incredibly vivid dream of my brother standing over me during the night. He didn't look normal. He was dead. His face was almost purple. His lips were blue. And there was something off-white, kind of like vomit, around his mouth and down his chin. Suddenly, that description didn't sound like a cartoon anymore. I told a friend what was going on, and she fully believes my brother is haunting us. But I don't want to believe that. Not because I'm a skeptic, but because I can't cope with the fact that my brother could be trapped in that state for, ever. I don't even know how that's supposed to work. It was right after this that we had our final chat with the police, and why their ghost joke made us so uneasy. Unfortunately, my son never got to meet his uncle, but I set out a handful of pictures in front of Grayson, and I asked, do any of them resemble the scary man? I was even more freaked out when he picked up the picture of my brother, so I started researching spirits and hauntings like crazy. We tried different cleansings and simple rituals, but things only seemed to stay the same or get worse. Not long after this, Grayson was taking a nap on the couch while I cleaned the kitchen, and he suddenly started crying, loud, like he was hurt. I ran into the living room and scooped him up just as he was running out. I saw the scratches immediately, 2 red welts spreading across his neck. That's when I knew this thing wasn't my brother. It was both a relief and extra terrifying all at once. We still don't know what it is, and we don't really care now that Grayson is with Nolan's mother until we can leave. It hurts me to sell the house and the land, but I know my brother will always be part of us. We don't need a place to be close to him, and I know he would want what's best for his nephew. We've talked to a real estate agent and everything is ready to go, but we can't afford to move until we have a buyer, so we're just trying to hang in there. If anyone has any tips on how to survive in the meantime, all advice is much appreciated. It doesn't bother us as much as it did Grayson, but I've woken up with scratches on my back, and Nolan has seen the guy in broad daylight on 3 separate occasions now. I've been wanting to share my experiences while working at a nursing home several years ago. I'd been employed at that place for several years, but up until my last few weeks working there, I had never believed in anything paranormal. Even working in the nursing field in general, I'd never experienced anything I couldn't explain. The scares that I'd had up to that point were real-life ones. I always liked scary movies, sure, but I wouldn't consider myself a believer by any means. But after my work at the facility, I started to question everything a little bit. I remember the first time I felt something. It was an evening shift, a Tuesday evening. I remember that because it was my earliest shift of the week, and it would end up being a pretty eventful week. My shift had just begun, and the atmosphere was unusually heavy. It could have been the gloomy, rainy weather. It could have been the various patients that were ill. But as I walked down the dimly lit hallway, I felt the need to enter a resident's room. As I entered Miss Baker's room, I noticed a flickering light. Of course, it was casting an eerie shadow on the wall, which that was hard to ignore. But the temperature, it also seemed to have plummeted. Had Mrs. Baker noticed that as well? I heard what I thought was her faint whisper echo through the room. I couldn't make out the words, but the voice seemed desperate, maybe pleading. Perhaps Miss Baker had felt the cold. I turned to grab her some blankets and adjusted the light near her bed. I apologized for the temperature, told her I'd figure out a way to turn the heat up. But she was confused. She hadn't been cold. She felt a breeze now and then, but she was perfectly comfortable. Not entirely satisfied, I asked if she needed anything or if she'd said something I might have missed. She assured me she was fine, ready for bed, in fact. I tried to dismiss the whispers as my imagination, but that uneasy feeling managed to persist regardless. Over the next few nights, the activity, if you will, escalated. These small but strange occurrences became a nightly routine, some nights coming home to a sleepless night and filled with stress and anxiety, even though I didn't know why. Doors at the facility seemed to creak open and shut on their own, specifically near Miss Baker's room. I didn't like the lights flickering, especially because it seemed like they were flickering wherever I was or while I was walking under them. Maintenance said they'd check it out, and I even saw a couple of bulbs being changed. Over the next few nights, though, the lights continued to flicker, and only a few nurses seemed to notice them, always when they were around me or nurses around Miss Baker's room. There was more than just the lights to worry about. The sounds of footsteps echoing in the hallways, even if I was the only one there. They were different from standard footsteps that I'd hear down the halls. These felt distant yet close. Arguably, the most upsetting part were the whispers. Those seemed to follow me wherever I went that week, growing a bit louder, more frequent with each night. They were unintelligible, practically gibberish, but I could sense that they were filled with some sort of pain. It was as if something since past were desperately trying to communicate with anything living, and anything being me. I confided in my coworker and friend, Sarah, finally, hoping that she'd have some rational explanation. To my surprise, she nodded rather curiously and shared her own experiences with the paranormal. Apparently, she'd experienced similar phenomena, but in the basement while doing laundry. There were flickering lights accompanied by whispers, dismissing them at first, but eventually deciding she wasn't imagining these things. But like me, she wasn't sure what to do. We both kind of felt terrified, but admitted that it felt good not to be alone. Though we were unsure of what exactly was happening, or how to stop it from happening to us. What I found most intriguing about my interaction with Sarah was that the events she'd experienced were all during the same week. She'd only been there a year, but still, just like me, she'd never experienced anything before. Not like this. She even agreed things seemed to be intensifying each night. So, in search of answers, we delved into the history of the nursing home. Nothing terribly interesting there, though. Since being built in 1945, it had been a city hall building, a library. But since 1989, it had been the nursing home that it is today. Well, it was in 2017. Not sure if it still actually stands. Regardless, our online search yielded no answers. One night, we cautiously explored the basement. It's where Sarah had most of her experiences. While there, we stumbled upon a hidden room of sorts. It almost looked like a floor-length window, but it instead opened to a very small room filled with several filing cabinets. Inside, we discovered old medical records, newspaper clippings, photographs. We expected to uncover some sort of dark past or truth, but for the most part, it looked like archived items that couldn't be stored elsewhere due to space. However, we'd spent our lunch down there, and there were a few records that stood out to us. Ones where residents or patients reported feeling like they couldn't breathe, that something was keeping them awake at night. Some described feeling agonizing pain while sleeping, causing them to wake up and feel as though something heavy was holding them down. It wasn't just one or two. We found records with these reports dating all the way back from 89 to 99. We figured that there had to be more, but realized they stopped there, and the remaining records were likely stored securely upstairs. Armed with some strange newfound knowledge, we decided that to confront this so-called spirit head-on would be reckless. So, we acknowledged the sufferings described in the patient's charts, but decided that maybe it was best to leave it alone. After all, our residents all seemed to be fine. No one complained about such things. Best not to rock the boat, we agreed. Over the next few days, the paranormal activity continued, but it gradually subsided after that week. I still don't really know why. It's not like we could totally ignore it. But I remember I kept a close eye on Miss Baker. She continued to be fine and unbothered, though, which was good. The whispers grew fainter. Our electricity seemed to repair itself, or someone may have actually repaired that. I'm not really sure. Sarah and I continued to talk about the events for as long as I can remember. I stopped working there in 2017, but I still talk to her regularly. I told her I was going to share this story, and she said she couldn't wait to hear it be retold. She was always a tad braver than I was when it came to this whole thing. I still can't fully comprehend the events that unfolded there, but I guess it's safe to say I believe in ghosts. I'm 23 and I've lived in Montreal for the last 2 years. Overall, I love it here and will likely stay after graduation even. However, I wanted to share a creepy story, something I got myself into last year. I was really curious about the dark web. I wanted to know what it was all about. I'd seen my friends search it before, but I was curious. So, I went on YouTube to find a tutorial on how to access the dark web using an Android. I was pretty excited, genuinely curious, even though I didn't really know what I was getting myself into at all. I tried to prepare myself by covering my phone camera with tape, something I saw online. I went to my room, locked the door, and then I opened the 4chan page that I'd found with several dark web links, and at first, everything seemed fine. I started exploring some normal chat sites, just observing without actually chatting myself. As I gained a little confidence as to how these sites worked, I decided to open this creepy, anonymous confession site. Let me tell you, my faith in humanity, whatever it remained, it completely vanished after reading some of those confessions. People were confessing to killing their own family members, their neighbors. Some even admitted to failed attempts at murder and expressed their regret. People encouraged these individuals to, quote, keep going, and to, quote, never give up. I mean, murderers helping murderers, really. Pages of disturbing comments about enjoying the suffering of others, in graphic descriptions that I won't repeat here, but can never unsee. There were more mentally disturbed individuals commenting on how stupid people are just for loving someone and not doing bad things to them. Of course, there's no way to tell if any of this is real, but there's only so much one can fake. These people, whether guilty of their crimes or not, were sick, spending hours writing these manifestos of disturbing thoughts and behaviors. I wanted to move on from this, but at the same time, I wanted to know more, so this is on me. I went ahead and opened some cryptic community chat links. Ones titled things like Serious Inquiries Only or things that had acronyms I didn't understand. Most of these took me to things that looked like online marketplaces for drugs, guns, or other illegal weapons, some bootleg designer products, etc. There were tons of people buying and selling, trading crypto. I had no intention of making any purchases or anything like that, so honestly, it was getting boring. I clicked out immediately, and suddenly something popped up on my phone. Another website. Already feeling sickened. It only got worse when this new site opened to what appeared to be a site selling things made out of human skin and organs. The prices were outrageous, and it made me want to vomit. So I decided to stop and close out of everything. I deleted the browsing app. Tried to forget about what I'd seen by listening to my playlist to fall asleep, but sleep eluded me for almost 2 straight days. Everything felt horrible and ugly. It was a terrifying experience that, honestly, I wish I could take back. About a week after, things started to go back to normal, and then I was using WhatsApp to text my friends. I received a notification. It was a message from an unknown international number. I felt a little tense. I didn't have any friends from abroad, so I suspected it might be a scam. I ignored the message, but the next day, I received another text from the same number. It said, "You can't ignore me. I'm still here. Always here. You can't run away." At this point, I was convinced that things had gotten a little out of hand and that it was probably my visit to the dark web. I started to believe that I was possibly in danger. Without wasting any time, I blocked the number and confided in my close friends about what had happened. One of my friends told me that the same thing had happened to his cousin after he surfed the dark web. He blocked the numbers, but soon started receiving creepy and threatening calls. He literally had to change his number to get his life back to normal. So there I was, basically scared to death and feeling like such an idiot for even being curious. I didn't know whether to tell my mom or dad about what had happened. I thought it was best to try to handle it on my own. But the next day, I received another text from a different unknown international number on WhatsApp. This time the person was threatening me, using my real name and even the things that I'd been searching for on my phone's browser. They knew my school. They knew details I'll never feel comfortable with. This time, I blocked the number and reported it as spam. I deleted WhatsApp entirely and deactivated all of my social media accounts. Then, I showed the first text to my dad. He has a friend who works for the company that provides my SIM card. After my dad saw the weird text, he gave the number to his friend to see if he could figure anything out. A few weeks after, I finally decided to get back online. I received another text message from an unknown number. Again, they were threatening me, increasing the amount of money that they wanted before they destroyed my life. I didn't know what they had planned, but I wasn't giving in. I did the blocking, and I had another mental breakdown with my parents over the phone. Luckily, my dad's friend was able to help me get a new number, a new phone, and since then, nothing has happened. I made a promise to myself and to my family that I would never go back to the dark web or get involved in shady activities, Even if someone offers me money to surf the dark web, I won't do it. My life is too important to risk that kind of horror. Some people may think this story is fake, but I assure you, it's 100% true. But I don't encourage you to try it yourself. I have no reason to lie about such a creepy, random thing. I don't really care if anyone believes me. I'm just sharing my experience, and hopefully it helps. That's it. Thanks for reading. I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location. Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable, and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light and offered a small, peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes. Not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door. It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake, for real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower. You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation, leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again. She was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience, so I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there. At least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint both appear and disappear, almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, what exactly makes spirits stay in certain places, and do they have a choice? I was driving home along a rural road. I'd just left a friend's birthday party and planned to call my husband when I stopped at the closest gas station, as that's what we would do when either of us would hit the road. Before even making it that far, I heard this incredibly loud bang. So loud and intense, it actually momentarily rocked my vehicle. After literally a couple seconds of sheer life-altering panic, I regained my composure. Briefly, I wondered what part of my car had been busted or fallen off, and then my cell phone rang. I pulled off to the side of the road, and I saw that it was my husband, so I picked up. "What happened?" he asked, alarmed. "Are you okay?" At first, I assumed he was referring to my car, but I quickly reasoned with myself that there's no way he could have experienced that or known that I have, all the way at work. I sensibly answered, "Nothing's wrong. I'm fine," unsure of what he meant. "You just call me screaming and crying from the side of the road and nothing's wrong?" he barked. "I thought you had a car accident." How did he even know I was driving? I thought to myself. "I swear, I didn't call you. I planned to, but I hadn't made it that far yet. It must have been someone else, and you confused the call with me." I suggested this. He's a psychiatrist, so it wasn't the most unusual suggestion. "No, it was you, hun," he insisted. "I'll show you when you get home. I really thought something terrible had happened to you." "I'm totally fine," I said. "Just driving home now. I'll see you later tonight." I got back on the road and stopped at the nearby gas station. I was relatively surprised to see that there was absolutely nothing wrong with my car. Despite the combustion sound so loud it actually shook it. Everything checked out, even under the hood. My husband calling 1 second after that sound would indicate that he got the alleged phone call from me at the exact moment of the boom. Honestly, I'm not sure what happened that night. I do know that my husband showed me his call log, and sure enough, there was a call from me at the time he'd claimed. I'm not sure if we breached some time-space barrier, or if we somehow experienced an alternate reality just for a second. Either way, it's just one of those moments we have no explanation for. This happened when I was in college, circa 2017, my junior year. Back then, I drove my dad's old Toyota Corolla, and it certainly didn't have fancy locks that automatically locked when I was driving, or that were automatic in any way. Normally, for this reason, I tried to keep all of my doors locked. However, on this night, I had been designated driver for all of my friends. I had just finished dropping everything off, and I was headed home for the night, and I didn't think to check the doors. Though clearly no one had locked the door because while briefly stopped at a red light, a man suddenly opens the back door and dives into my back seat. He proceeds to tell me to drive. He didn't ask very nicely either. It was demanding. I was scared. Then the light turned green. I hesitated for one moment, and he told me that he didn't want to have to shoot me. He said this while pressing something against the back of my neck. I was wearing a scarf, but I could feel that it was something heavy. It felt like a gun. That's when my foot hit the gas, and I sort of went into autopilot for several moments as he told me where to go. As we drove further in a direction I wasn't familiar with, I couldn't help but start crying. I don't know if he heard me or saw me through the rear view, but my tears did not make him happy. He started swearing at me to shut the fuck up, that I better not make things worse or harder than it needs to be. I remember thinking I really should shut up, but I couldn't get myself under control. We kept driving until we were eventually in a more residential area. Not a nice one, I should add. We were for sure in front of a crack house, and I could feel myself sweating, becoming increasingly more panicked about the situation. The guy orders me to parallel park, and all I can think about is how much harder it will be to leave in this situation. But I'm still feeling confident that I can attempt it once he exits the car, unless he makes me go with him. The thought of being removed from my car was horrifying. I needed for that not to happen at all costs. I racked my brain for excuses to stay in the car, but then he ordered me to do exactly that. That's when I noticed a big man on the front lawn of this house. A heavily armed, big man, and he was getting closer to my car. Backseat dude gets out, and that's when I see that he's truly armed with a weapon. He gets patted down by the big man on the lawn. The big man removes his weapon while pointing in the direction of the house, as if giving him permission to go inside, and almost instantly the big man's attention is back to me. He stands right outside my driver's side door, aiming one of the larger guns down at me, finger on the trigger, all while staring at nothing but my hands. I remember sitting there wishing there was anything I could do safely to remove myself from the situation. The most tormenting part was that I had a fucking gun in my glove box. I just knew I wasn't going to have a chance to grab it before possibly getting shot to pieces myself. Not to mention, my single stack didn't stand a chance against whatever this guy was holding. All I could seem to do in any of these moments was look at my surroundings and look at the clock. After an agonizing 11 minutes, the backseat man returns. For 1 second, the big guy has to take his gun and eyes off of me, but I panicked before he's already looking back at me, and the guy is getting back into my backseat, once again armed. He's immediately barking orders at me, telling me where to go. For the most part, he didn't say anything. This gave me some time to think. I considered driving to the police station, until I realized that I had no idea where it was. I started to brainstorm what excuse I could come up with to have to stop this car again. Almost 10 minutes had passed since we'd left the crack house, but dude was really just having me drive in circles. I had no idea what his game plan was. During that time, I told him I had to pee. He told me he didn't care. I told him I needed to call my roommate so that she didn't get worried. He told me to fuck off and keep driving the loop. So I did. I managed to stop myself from crying several times, but I was absolutely hopeless. We'd stopped at a few stop signs on this 10-minute drive, and at each one, I considered tucking and rolling right out of the car and letting it keep going. But again, I didn't act. I just panicked, imagining this guy shooting me right there, me dying, alone. How incredibly devastated my parents would be. I knew I was on the verge of a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I saw the dude was lighting something back there. I smelled something chemical-esque, and it was harsh, coming from the back seat. This guy was absolutely getting high as fuck in my back seat. The smell was disgusting. I didn't know what it was, and I didn't want to know. But part of me was thinking, if he's using his hands to smoke that shit, where's the gun? Since it was dark, I was confident that I could at least reach for my phone in my purse. It was near my lap. So I slid my right hand into my purse and glanced down to see if it lit up, and it did. As the man continued to smoke, I clicked the lock button 5 times. According to my dad and whatever he'd set up on my phone, this would call 911. I looked down but couldn't tell if the screen had changed. I really hoped it had. Please be calling goddamn 911 right now, I thought over and over. I was so focused on my plan working, I'd hardly noticed the guy talking to me. But then he raised his voice. He was demanding that I pull over, but by the time I realized where he was pointing, I'd missed the gas station. He yelled for me to turn around, to turn the fucking car around right now. He was adamant about hitting that gas station. So again, I listened to what he said, and I made a U-turn. Pulling into the gas station, I was discouraged at first that there were no cars there. But before I had even put the car fully in park, the backseat man was opening his door, yelling for me not to go anywhere. And then he jumped out of my car and vanished inside the store. I couldn't believe it. I was both stunned and so incredibly grateful at whatever stupid move this was. I immediately put the car in reverse and peeled out of that gas station so quickly, not giving a shit if a cop or any other authority saw me. I was desperate to get the hell out of there. I actually found myself laughing hysterically on the way home, and that's when I remembered I'd tried to call the police. I grabbed my phone and could see that I had been unsuccessful in my attempts to call authorities. I'd been successful in escaping this strange criminal, though, and I was grateful that this experience turned out to be more scary strange than horrifying, life-altering. Really could have gone so many ways. Just be smart and always remember to lock your doors, save yourself the experience, and just take the lesson from me. I was posted in a primary health care center with a fellow senior doctor. It was our night shift, and he had started to tell me stories of the time when he was doing autopsies in the same hospital. He was shifted to primary health care because he couldn't deal with the trauma that came later. He said that not all autopsies led to hauntings, but it was people who had killed themselves or cases of assault where the death was unnatural. It were these cases that led to some of the most disturbing paranormal activities. One such case he narrated that night was of a woman, mid-20s. She was first assaulted and strangled, and later her body was thrown in the well by her in-laws. Such incidents are common in rural areas of India. They hoped to escape the charges, but after thorough examination of her lungs by my colleague, the senior doctor, who had done her autopsy, it was obvious that she was killed first and drowned later. The in-laws of this woman tried to pay a hefty amount to him so as to escape the charges, but he refused. After that incident, he said that he often saw the woman, wet hair, bulging eyes, naked with a pale body, often sitting by his bedside, just looking at him. He said it wasn't sleep paralysis. He was shattered with fear one more time as he was combing his hair in the bathroom mirror and saw the same woman, just peeking at him through the door. Only her eyes and her wet hair were visible through the mirror. It became so traumatic that he left that part of his profession completely, even though he was getting paid a lot for that job. He said he doesn't ever wish to go back. And the fact that it was the same hospital where I'm working right now, kinda creepy, not gonna lie. I guess I'm just gonna dive straight into this one. At 10, my grandmother took me away from my mother because both of my parents were addicts. They'd split up and gotten back together a few times when I was younger, but Dad spent most of my life in prison, and now that he's out, his brain is so fried that he doesn't even remember who I am. My mom married another addict, and they actually got sober when I was about 16. Her husband stayed clean, but she fell off the wagon after about 6 months. My entire adult life consisted of her getting sober to con her way into my life and then robbing me blind before disappearing again. I fell for it every time, but I'm not going to make excuses. I was just naive. Well, now I'm 30, and I just had to scatter her ashes at her favorite lake. Back in December, she got pneumonia, and thanks to a lifetime of heavy drug abuse, her immune system was completely shot. Her health declined rapidly, and it was soon clear she wasn't going to make it. Eventually, she fell into a coma, and it was left on me to end her life support. As difficult as that was, everything was made so much worse by the fact that I was completely alone for the entire process. My mom burned every bridge she'd ever made. Even her sister refused to come. The confession happened just a few hours before she slipped into a coma. She was telling me how sorry she was for everything, all the usual stuff. Then she got really serious and straight up admitted, "I killed that girl in '96. I knew what she was talking about right away. My parents would often get back together for a short period of time when Dad got out of jail, but this incident was the last time they ever spoke. I don't personally remember many parts of it, but I've grown up hearing the story and accusations from all sides. It had a big impact on our lives. Somehow, Mom found out that Dad was seeing another woman, someone that they were partying with and buying drugs from. She got him really drunk and high before confronting him, so it turned into a huge fight during which Dad said that he was going to leave her for the other woman. I'll just call her Vicky. It didn't take long for the fight to turn physical. Dad broke Mom's nose, and she hit him with something right back. It ended with both of them bleeding, but Dad was also unconscious. Mom drove to Vicky's house and pretended like she wanted to buy more drugs and hang out. They took turns shooting each other up, but my mom gave her way too much. Vicky immediately knew what happened, but by then it was already too late. Mom stayed and laughed at the woman while she went into convulsions and passed away. Then she drove home and went to bed. The next morning, Dad woke up alone on the couch, right where he had passed out, and remembered enough of the night and the fight to know he needed to warn Vicky. Mom was asleep, so he wasn't too worried yet. First, he tried to call Vicky, but she didn't answer. He decided to drive over. It was when he actually got into the car that he noticed the seat had been moved and began to get nervous. Then he got to her house and found the door unlocked. That's when he knew. As a rule, drug dealers don't generally leave their doors unlocked. Sure enough, Vicky was dead. He told paramedics and the police that he thought it was murder, but they knew exactly who he and the woman were. It was ruled an accidental overdose, with essentially no investigation. And that was the end of it. But Dad told everyone who would listen that Mom murdered Vicky. Mom, of course, denied everything and said that Dad was out of his mind. I always knew my mom was a bad person, but I never believed she was a murderer until I heard it from her own mouth. For so many years, she tried to gaslight Dad into thinking he was crazy. But all that time, she actually was guilty. I wish I would have listened. His drug use got so much worse after that. It was only a few months later that he went away on a 15-year sentence. And now, he doesn't even remember who Mom was, let alone Vicky. So yeah, that's my deathbed confession story. Thank you for sharing it. It's amazing how much this kind of stuff actually happens when drugs are involved. But it's just another prime example of why you should never try meth, not even once. Hey again. I don't think I mentioned my name last time. It's Trent, but I'm the guy who had a demon follow me to my dad's house on Christmas break. I left school, stopped at the cemetery to visit my mom, and next thing I know, there's a demon in our house. It continued haunting us through the holiday, and I didn't go back to school because I couldn't stand the thought of leaving my dad alone with that thing. Obviously, he wasn't going to let me quit college over something like that, so I did return, and the demon came with me. I'm glad I didn't leave the burden on my dad, but the weeks since returning to school have been insane. My roommate, I'll call him Nick, was already back, and we spent the first night just catching up and playing Call of Duty. Sometime just after midnight, he commented that it suddenly got cold. Only a few seconds later, he changed his mind and said that he must have imagined it. We had the heater going, and he was sitting closer to it. So I immediately thought of the demon, but didn't say anything. We both smelled something rotten a little bit later, but it faded fast. We spent most of the next day out with friends, but that night, I woke up at 3 a.m., freezing, with a dark mass leaning over me. I tried to scream, but a shadow hand reached out and covered my face. I couldn't move, breathe, or make any noise at all. My lungs began burning, and I think I eventually passed out from the lack of oxygen. When I woke up in the morning, I was covered in sweat and had red marks on my face. I didn't want to discuss it, so I said that I must have scratched myself in my sleep. Then, Nick said that was wild because he dreamed a shadow man came into our room and tried to smother me. He wanted to help, but he was paralyzed, and that made him realize he was dreaming. So he went back to sleep while I was being suffocated. I'm not blaming him, just stating the facts. I couldn't admit everything that happened at my dad's house until the following weekend when things got even worse. Saturday morning, we woke up to the sound of a blackbird slamming into our window. I got up to look outside, and it was lying dead on the ground. It happened 5 more times over the course of the day. The smell also began appearing more often, and we were both having awful nightmares several times a week. Finally, I couldn't keep it to myself anymore. Nick was more accepting than I expected, but by then he was ready to accept almost any explanation. The next day, he invited a girl over from one of our classes because she said she was psychic. I've never believed in that sort of thing, but like him, I'm open to just about anything at this point. She came over later that night and said that she felt a dark presence the moment she came through the door. After walking around for a few minutes, she asked where I might have made contact with the entity. Once I told her it was at the cemetery, she asked if I did anything disrespectful while I was there and listed a few examples, one of which was urinating. Apparently, it doesn't matter that I stepped away from the graves, at least not as far as this demon is concerned. Next, the psychic girl wanted to know about my dreams, so I told her, and she asked if the entity possessed me in any of them. When I said no, she was really relieved, and she said that there might still be time to do a cleansing. It's not like I knew of anything else to try, so I agreed, and she brought 2 friends over the following day. They did some kind of ritual with a bunch of candles, herbs, and chanting, but I didn't feel different during or after. except for how bad the smoke irritated my sinuses. A week later, I had the worst nightmare yet, where the demon was on my ceiling, directly above me, and dropped down onto my chest. It was so heavy, I couldn't breathe at all. It felt like my ribs were going to snap like toothpicks. Meanwhile, the activity around our dorm also started getting worse. Nick had to build a model bridge for a big test grade, but it fell off the desk during the night and an entire section collapsed the same day it was due. The psychic girl talked to some more people that she knows, and now they're coming over this weekend to try something else. She said if they could learn the demon's name, they would be able to banish it, or, short of that, they could try something to trap it in a bottle or box. It all sounds pretty insane to me, but there's genuinely nothing I won't try at this point. I constantly feel like I'm losing my mind. I can't eat, I can't sleep or study. My grades are suffering. I'm always paranoid and on edge. I'm at my absolute limit. If anyone knows anything else I can try, please comment below. I truly can't keep living like this. I can't. I just moved out of my parents' house and was living over the top of my dad's business. It was a funeral home, so it was common for florist deliveries. However, there was a sign on the door that no deliveries were accepted after 5 p.m. But someone came to my door with a bouquet of flowers. I wasn't seeing anyone at the time and knew of nobody who might bring me any. It was late and it was a bad area, so I didn't answer the door. I had video surveillance at the time, and I could see the person on the monitor. They were knocking, banging, and ringing the doorbell. They seemed to know that someone was living above the funeral home and would stop and look up at the windows. I watched as they walked away, leaving the flowers. I went downstairs, but not wanting to open the door, I waited out of view. Sure enough, the person came back for the flowers. The next day, I heard on the news that someone living over another nearby funeral home was assaulted by someone delivering flowers. When one of my grandmothers passed away, I was young. She'd been angry with me because of decisions that I'd made after asking for and ignoring her advice, then learning she was right. She hadn't spoken to me for quite some time prior to getting sick. The day she passed away, I'd gone to the hospital to see her and let her meet my 6-month-old daughter. She was so weak, we really couldn't talk, so nothing was really said except I love yous and lots of tears. We'd been home for about an hour from visiting her when my phone rang. Someone else answered and said it was for me. It was kind of late in the evening and unusual for a call. I said hello and heard a woman's voice, very weak, on the other line saying, "Everything is okay. I love you." The line went silent. Chills ran over my entire body, and I froze for a minute. It was my grandma's voice, but I knew she couldn't make that phone call. I immediately called the hospital, and the nurse told me that I needed to contact a family member. They couldn't tell me anything. I called my grandpa and was informed that about an hour after I'd left the hospital, Grandma passed away. No one had called anyone in the family yet. The only ones who knew were those that were with her at the time. I fully believe that call was from my grandma after she passed, to let me know she always loved me, even when she was angry with me. I always knew that, never doubted it. In 2017, my sister, Candace, was murdered during one of her husband's drunken rages. Let's call him Earl. For years, we begged her to leave him, but he was always sorry, and he always convinced her to stay. Then the inevitable happened. It happened on a Thursday night. Oh, he didn't mean to kill her. We knew that he would never do it on purpose. After all, who would cook his dinners, wash his clothes, if not Candace? But then he finally hit her one too many times, and my sister was the one who paid the price. We pay for it too. I'll always feel like we should have done more, but she's the one who will never get to see London or write a book. That's all she really wanted from life. She called me the night it happened. Earl was mad because she cooked a casserole instead of a roast. The dumbest thing. But the fight was supposed to be over by then. When we spoke, he was nodding off in his recliner, and he didn't usually get up again after that. We talked for about 20 minutes before Candace said that she was going to bed, and everything seemed fine when we said goodbye. At 1:42 a.m., I woke up to my mom calling. I thought my dad must have had a heart attack, but no, my sister was dead. A neighbor heard their fight and called the police, but they arrived too late. Earl had fractured her skull, causing her brain to bleed, and she passed away en route to the hospital. I did not handle it well. We were only 2 years apart, so we grew up as best friends. We told each other everything, did everything together, and then she was just gone. It's not much consolation given the price, but for what it's worth, Earl got life in prison. I spiraled into a deep depression. If not for my partner, I don't think I would have survived the first week. The funeral was particularly difficult. I couldn't stop crying, and I didn't want to live anymore. I couldn't eat or sleep. That night, I laid in bed trying to sob quietly so as to not to wake my partner. And I thought, this sounds crazy, but I tried to summon my sister. As kids, we would say that we were as close as twins and try to summon each other with our minds. We actually convinced ourselves that it worked a few times, but we hadn't done it since we were little. I don't really know how to describe exactly what I did. I've never been so desperate for something in my life. I reached out with my very soul, and I begged the universe to let me know Candace was okay. That somewhere, somehow, in some form, she still existed. And it was that exact moment that a glowing white orb came through the wall and hovered above the foot of my bed. I thought I must have been dreaming and woke my partner. But once they saw it too, I started bawling in earnest. It was really her. She only stayed with us for a minute before floating back through the wall, and we never saw her again. But that's what allowed me to finally begin some semblance of healing. I was worried that a shared dream theory would bother me later, so I used my fingernail to scratch a small C into the nightstand before going to sleep. Now, every time I feel overwhelmed with grief, I look at it and feel comforted, knowing I'll see her again one day. There's nothing worse than losing someone you love. Life is so short. Please don't take each other for granted. You truly never know when you might be sharing your final conversation. Last year, my mate Danny and I took his speedboat out for a little ocean fishing. About 4 nautical miles east of harbor, we stopped the boat and cast out from opposite sides of the deck. Minutes later, Danny sets down his rod and rushes to the front of the boat. He grabs a pair of binoculars and looks back in the direction he's facing. I turn around and immediately see what he sees. From a distance, it looks like 2 men were sitting on a vessel that recently capsized. The keel floating above the waves, just enough for the men to sit on it to avoid the cold. Danny sets down the binoculars and throttles the boat to life. We start heading towards the distressed men. We cut the engine short of their overturned vessel to slow our approach as to not splash them with our waves. As our drift brought us closer, the shape of the men's features began to take form. My heart started to palpitate, noticing how similar their features resembled me and Danny. Danny walks to stand next to me when he sees what I see. We're both in disbelief, but the adrenaline of the situation prolonged our comprehension. Danny turns around to grab life jackets. I run to grab the life preserver. But when we meet back at portside, there's no longer anyone on the overturned boat. The keel was empty of its passengers, clinging to its wood, like they'd never been there. There was no sign of them anywhere. The capsized boat didn't disappear, but we watched it slowly continue to sink, until finally it was fully submerged. We watched it sink into the darkness. We waited for any remains of the wreckage to float up so we could identify and report it when we got back to shore, but nothing surfaced. Released oxygen bubbles didn't even float up after the boat sank. We were in a stunned silence. I made a comment about us just meeting a couple of ghosts, but Danny commented on their features, saying ghosts don't mimic. Whatever it was, we agreed it wasn't earthly, and it definitely wasn't good. An undoubtedly bad sign. So we decided to cut our fishing trip short and head back. On the way back, I was on the verge of tears without having any idea as to why, but I vividly remember feeling an overwhelming grip of sadness when we saw the men. A feeling I initially ignored because I thought that we had to rescue some stranded fishermen. And this feeling followed me all the way home. The air only truly felt clean the next day. It was like my energy was completely expended. Emotionally exhausted from a leisure trip. If you consider this paranormal, it was my only experience with otherworldly entities. Do spirits wander the ocean? Why did they look like us? I don't know if I believe in all the devil stuff, but I really can't classify all of this in another category. Any logical explanations? When I was about 12, I got the opportunity to stay with my friend and her family who lived on a boat. They traveled to many locations on the boat for many years, but this story, we were in Jamaica for a week. The mini vacation started off so fun. We were in the pool or at the beach back and forth every day, all day. But on the third day, I started seeing enormous snakes in the water, just looking at me, blinking with their big eyes. I remember I was stepping over into the boat. I could see a huge snake diving down into the water. It creeped me out. I couldn't sleep and I didn't want to go swimming in the ocean anymore. The family took notice that I didn't want to go into the ocean, so they decided that maybe a river would be fun. I remember on the journey I was contemplating in my mind if it would be safe or not. When I got to the river and looked around, I didn't see any snakes, so I was ecstatic. I started stripping down to my swimsuit, ran right into the river, swam across to a cliff, climbed up the cliff, getting ready to dive off. But when I looked down, there was a snake staring at me, blinking. I touched a guy and a girl beside me and I said, "Do you see that?" The guy said, "What?" and just jumped in the river. The girl looked at me and said, Yes, I see it," with a scared tone to her voice. I looked at her. I saw the fear in her eyes, but I wanted to make sure that I wasn't going crazy, so I said, "What exactly do you see?" And she said, "The big snake." I looked at her in such shock, but I also had a sense of relief. We were stuck at the top of the cliff. People came and just jumped off, but every time we looked down, we regretted that we looked. I don't know what would have happened if I jumped off like those other people, but I wasn't brave enough to test it. So I did what I thought was best for both of us. I cried. I cried in fear, and my friend's dad came for me and the other girl. I remember asking the girl if this was the first time she'd seen them, the snakes. remember her saying no. She sees them all the time. Coming back from that trip, I never saw the snake again, but I still wonder what was the reason for them. Why was it just us who could see them? Any theories, anyone? My favorite things to do have always been swimming and exploring, so it's no wonder that I became obsessed with scuba diving and caving. I was 12 when my dad started taking me to do these things, but I didn't go into my first underwater cave until I was 18. After that, I went to as many as I could, as often as I could go. I had no problem exploring the same one over and over. There are some close to where I grew up, and I know them as well as my own home. I'm 36 now, and in all those years, I've never had any close calls or seen anything unusual until my trip to Hawaii. You can see many of their underwater caves on Google, but you won't find the one that I'm talking about. And I'd rather not say exactly where it is, so don't ask. I don't want to be responsible for someone else going down there when I barely made it out. A few days into my trip, I met some locals who told me about a spot that I wouldn't find on the maps. They were planning to go that weekend, were kind enough to invite me to go along. Unfortunately, I was too excited to wait. They warned me not to go alone, but I knew I could find it based on their description. I only intended to explore the entrance. I was never planning to take any risks. I even left most of my equipment behind so I wouldn't be tempted. But this cave was unlike anything I've ever seen. It's not uncommon to find air pockets in these types of places. But that's usually what they are, pockets. Smaller spaces where the water doesn't reach the cave's roof. If you're lucky, there will be a ledge or somewhere to rest without having to use your oxygen supply. But, barring a few exceptions, that's about it. This cave was the mother of all exceptions. I swam to the other end and found that what I thought would be a good resting ledge, but it wasn't. Once I got out of the water, I saw the ledge actually went further than my flashlight could reach. I kept walking, thinking each step would suddenly reveal the end, but it never came. I don't know how long it actually took, but I walked much further than intended. When I finally reached the other side, there was no wall, just more water. I immediately wanted to jump in and keep exploring, but I suddenly got a horrible feeling in the pit of my stomach. The feeling that something terrible was about to happen. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. The coldest chills of my life spread through my body. I've had friends get creeped out like that sometimes. It just never happened to me. But whatever this was, I could feel it in my bones. I carefully surveyed my surroundings while trying to calm down. That's when I noticed another ledge across the water. After a short debate with my better judgment, I decided it was safe enough to swim across and continue exploring the other side. That's when I heard footsteps. My stomach traded places with my heart. It sounded like something very large was dragging its feet and getting closer. But when I shined my light in that direction, the sound stopped. That's when the real fear hit me. If something else was down there, trying to sneak up on me, they only had bad intentions. Knowing I had to leave quickly, I kept my light trained on the opposite ledge, in hopes of gaining a little extra distance as I backed away, and a huge pair of red eyes appeared. They were only visible for a brief second before fading back into the darkness, but they definitely weren't human. Even if they hadn't been red and glowing, no one has eyes that big or that far apart. Whatever they belonged to was massive, and I didn't want to meet it. Eventually, my light fell short of the opposite ledge, and a loud splash came immediately after. That thing had jumped into the water to continue its pursuit, and I panicked. I turned and began running as a deafening roar erupted behind me. It made no other sound as it swam across, but it arrived at the other side faster than any human could have. Next, I heard its claws tearing into the rock wall as it climbed onto the ledge, and I fully believed I was going to die there. As the sound of its pursuing footsteps grew closer with each second, I was tempted to turn and face the beast before it killed me. If I was going to die, I deserved to know what my killer looked like, but I was too afraid. Another low growl echoed the cave. Tears filled my vision. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I saw the end just ahead, and somehow I'd made it. I barely had enough self-control to enter the water properly, but I'd been through too much to let stupid mistakes kill me now. I swam like a madman, fully expecting a large splash to follow right behind me, but it never came. After a short distance, I stopped with the realization that I would spend the rest of my life wondering if what I experienced was real or some kind of break from reality. So I resurfaced once more, without the flashlight. Everything was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face. All except for two glowing red orbs in the distance. I couldn't make out anything else, not even the shape of the owner's head. They were completely still, until they suddenly rose several feet higher, like how a snake will stand straight up. It's hard to guess the height even at that angle, but at the very least, it was much taller than a human. Needless to say, it was a while before I went into another cave, and it certainly wasn't that one. When I was 6 or 7, whatever age you are in first grade, my mom married my stepdad Abel, and their honeymoon was a 3-day vacation in Hawaii. My Uncle Pat and Aunt Marcy lived in a houseboat on Shasta Lake. They said that they would watch over me while they were gone. Thursday night, I'd be dropped off at the marina after school. Uncle Pat came out and helped me with my bags, wished my mom and Abel safe travels. Pat walked beside me with my backpack as I rolled my suitcase down a quiet dock. I remember the racket of its wheels against the metal grates. It was even louder than the distant waves. Feeling like I'd be bothering all of my uncle's neighbors, I picked up my suitcase and carried it the rest of the way. My uncle's boat was at the end of the dock. I began to notice that his boat was one of 3 or 4 sitting in the marina, all spread apart on their own corners. My uncle's boat was a large brown one with blue on the hull. From the deck, I walked down a small set of stairs to their living room. It was set up like a normal living room of a small apartment. Kitchen next to the couch, across from the TV, and a dwarf dining table near the front of the door. Past the living room was another door. It led to my uncle's bedroom. My bedroom was the couch of the living room I just described. Thursday into Friday was eventless. We had dinner, and then I fell asleep watching a VHS of Jurassic Park on their little TV. The next day, my uncle picked me up from school and told me that Marcy came down with bronchitis, and that I should try to play on the deck most of the afternoon. So when we got back, I brought all of my Barbies and their accessories above deck, and I played with them up there. I'm sitting on the foam cushioned seats, playing with my dolls, fully enveloped in a storyline I've made up for them, when I hear the sound of running approaching from down the dock. A fog had rolled through that afternoon, so much of the dock that we were tied to was barely visible. Looking straight down, I couldn't see anything. I heard the running stop near the boat, but the person never came into view through the fog. The sound of running feet was unmistakable, so I leaned over the deck railing a little further and said, "Hello?" Still leaned out. I listened for anyone to call back, or steps retreating, but The eerie quietness remained, undisturbed. When turning my attention back to my Barbies, I couldn't help but notice that they lay in different positions now. The one I'd just sat down in front of my knees was now laying next to the other doll, across from me. I kept playing, but wasn't sure what had just happened. Later that night at dinner, Aunt Marcy stayed in the room with the door shut while Pat and I sat at the table and ate. I asked Uncle Pat if any other kids lived out here. He said no. That night, I think I was falling asleep to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The fuse pops and the TV shuts down, and the thick glass screen turns black. I stare at myself through its dark reflection. Then, a second figure appears in the reflection. It's standing behind the couch I'm laying on. There's a tabletop light on next to me, so the image I'm looking at is in vivid contrast. The scare literally jolts my body from the couch to the floor. I turned to look, but nothing was behind the couch, nothing outside the window. But the figure is still visible in the reflection of the TV. I'm rapidly looking back and forth from the TV to the couch, but I couldn't see anything that would make the strange reflection I'm seeing. I stare back into the black TV screen. My eyes are fixed on this black mass standing behind the couch. Then it ducks back down, disappearing from the reflection I'm staring at. And I absolutely lose it. I scream. My uncle comes running out. I tell him what just happened, and he only addresses the fuse part, asking if I smell any smoke or anything. I said no, I only heard the pop and then the TV went black. That's when Uncle Pat walks around a little confused, wondering why none of the other electronics turned off. He picks up the remote from the armrest of the couch. He presses the power button. The TV lights up again, still playing Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The VHS never stopped. Pat's theory is that I accidentally bumped the remote and turned the TV off. I didn't protest his theory. Pat went back to bed, and I restarted the movie from the beginning, tried to fall asleep before the credits. I must have been successful because morning did indeed come. This would be my last day on the boat, really. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty ready for it to all be over. I did my best the next day to convince my uncle to spend time off the boat. It felt good to have distractions for a solid few hours. I kept the experience out of my mind long enough to enjoy some fair food, a couple of rides. Naturally, as the day started to come to a close, I grew more uneasy about falling asleep on the boathouse again. Lucky for me, my uncle stayed up most of that night, drinking, playing guitar. I didn't have time to get scared because he was playing music and trying to tell me stories I didn't really understand, quite frankly, which made falling asleep rather easy. As I got older, I kind of decided that I encountered a spirit, possibly a child. I didn't feel like it was trying to scare me, even though it completely did. It just felt curious. Maybe even that it wanted to play. I don't know. Uncle Pat doesn't remember anything, and certainly doesn't believe in ghosts. Marcy, on the other hand, I don't know. I think she knows something. She never wants to talk about it. Whenever I do, she's really quick to change the subject. Probably because they still have to live on that boat. I don't know. What do you guys think I encountered? For reasons that I'm sure will become obvious, the names in this story have been changed. My dad was a chef for a very wealthy family from 1972 through the summer of '81. He was one of 3 in-house chefs. They would each rotate staying in one of the guest rooms for a week to be on call for anything this family may request at any hour. During the summertime, they would pay my dad extra to accompany them on their yacht. continuing his duties as chef while they'd travel the northern Atlantic for weeks at a time. At the end of one of these trips, my dad returned home carrying a pillowcase. Being the nosy kid I was, I looked inside and saw more money than I'd ever seen in my life. That night, my dad tells my mom that he no longer works for the family, that we'd be moving to Cleveland the very next morning. That night, as my parents fought in the other room, I gathered my favorite things, trying to keep as much as possible. As I listened through the wall, I could tell it was serious. My mom was crying. My dad was crying. All night I watched as they packed as much as they could fit inside our suitcases. Everything else was left behind. I was too young to understand the gravity of what was happening around me, too young to pack my own suitcase. We arrived at the airport some ungodly hour in the morning, landed in Cleveland also in the morning. For the first 2 months, all of us stayed in a small motel until my dad found us a house in Jefferson. The pillowcase stash of money was more than enough to support us while my dad found a new job. Though I was young, I knew this was a dark time. My parents asked me not to tell any of the kids where I'd come from. They didn't even want me to use my real last name. I was of the ask no questions age, went along with this for a good percentage of my life. Years later, I was looking through an old photo album when I saw a Polaroid of me and my dad standing on that family's yacht. I remember my mom took that picture before he left to wherever he was going that time. Then I was reminded of that striped pillowcase full of money my dad had brought home all those years ago. I took the Polaroid out of the sticky clear album page, brought it to my dad to ask about the family and the random sack of cash. He told me before I was born he worked in the kitchen of a pretty luxurious casino back where we originally came from. There he met one of the owners who enjoyed his culinary skills so much he hired him as a personal chef. We'll call him Eddie. Eddie had multiple lines of revenue he'd pursue on top of his casino earnings. Some of his associates and people he considered his friends were a couple high-ranking members of the Latin Kings and an unnamed MC from a couple of states west. My dad said almost immediately after he took the gig, he was looking for ways out. He'd almost predicted that something bad was going to happen, but he could never make a clean exit. Unfortunately, and fortunately for him, Eddie liked him a lot, his cooking even more. On occasion, Eddie would host a poker night on his yacht, invite them and their families. Those big excursions, my dad had the 2 other cooks with him, but this trip was different. There was a small crew on board for what was supposed to be a 3-day trip down the South Atlantic. The guests Eddie was hosting were his brother Robert, who my father had also become friends with over the years. He was a commercial fisherman and would drive the yacht, as well as a business partner named Wade, described as a small, nervous-looking man. My father smoked cigars with the men and wondered why he was on the boat that day. He'd only met Wade once before, when he'd attended a birthday party at Eddie's house. On their first night out at sea, Robert drops the anchor and they sit idle. My dad goes to the upper level to start the grill and prepare dinner for everyone. That's when he hears arguing from the men on the lower deck. The arguing gets louder. Sounds like it turns physical. Dad stares over the railing to the fight below. Wade's outnumbered by the brothers. He sees Robert restraining Wade's arms from behind. As Eddie punches the wind out of him, a left hook to the stomach sends Wade to the ground. My dad silently winces for Wade, only briefly closing his eyes. He opens them and he sees Robert pick Wade back up. Just enough time for him to scream, "Please don't," before Eddie shoots him at point-blank range. Immediately, my father closed his eyes, but couldn't bring himself to move. He could hear Robert and Eddie pull up the anchor, tie Wade's body directly to the metal slab, before they dragged it off the back of the boat. My father was sure he was going to be killed next. Instead, when they saw my father standing frozen on the upper deck, they insisted that he continue dinner as they cleaned up this mess. Their literal words. The three men shared a steak dinner that night in the yacht, idled by an anchor with Wade's body fastened tightly against it. Eddie remorsefully explains to my father that he and Robert had to do this. Wade had been trying to give tribal police some information on the casino, and it was rumored that Wade had made some less than favorable advances towards Eddie's teenage daughter. Unfortunately for Wade, Eddie had most of the tribal police department under his payroll, and he really loved his daughter. The officer called Eddie the moment Wade left his office. Robert thought that Wade would be too suspicious to get on the yacht if he didn't see my dad on board. They were both very apologetic for involving my dad, using him as a pawn of sorts. Without changing his sympathetic tone, Eddie says that he and Robert need to leave the country for a while, and that my dad and his family will have to leave the state. Eddie wasn't worried about my dad snitching. After all, he made it clear that he knew my family very well, where we lived, went to school, my parents' names. He assured my dad he could and would find us if necessary. On the boat before they docked, Eddie filled the pillowcase full of money from 2 safes inside the yacht. With an overly firm handshake, he wished my dad safe travels. My father looked for weeks. Nothing ever popped up about Wade. No missing persons. Nothing. It was sort of surreal listening to this story firsthand. With both my parents deceased now, it's definitely worth a retelling. I do marine salvage operations in the Pacific. Until recently, I never imagined doing anything else. Now I'm looking into any career that keeps me away from the ocean. I don't even like going to the beach anymore. A couple of months ago, we were contacted by a well-known company that wouldn't like being named, but you've definitely heard of them. In 2014, they lost contact with a ship that was only 8 days into its route, and it was never heard from again. Search and rescue teams made every effort to locate the missing vessel, but ultimately they had to accept the loss. This left a lot of families without closure and cost the company millions. But that was the end of it, until this year when the wreckage was discovered by chance. Once it was identified, we were hired. In this case, so much time had passed that any human remains would be long gone, and the cargo would be useless. This was mostly about closure and publicity. These companies hire people like us with the hope that we'll find something to exonerate them, though if they are to blame, they simply won't share the report. We spent the first day doing recon, hoping to see an obvious reason for why the ship sank, but we couldn't find anything wrong with her, except for the obvious damage caused by being submerged. But if they were attacked or taken by a sudden storm, there would be recognizable signs. On day 2, we entered the wreckage in search of the voyage data recorder, which is just a ship's version of the little black box. We found it exactly where it was supposed to be, and our techs were able to recover the data for the vessel's last 48 hours afloat. I've spent most of my life at sea. I've experienced things that will haunt me for the rest of my life, but this is the one that convinced me to retire. The box records all of the ship's instrument readings, along with audio recordings from the bridge. For whatever reason a ship might sink, there will be certain indicators from the instrument readings alone, but not this time. Everything was operating perfectly up until the ship's final seconds. The only abnormal findings came from the bridge recordings. They began with the captain asking a crewman if he was able to find the child. It didn't make any sense. No children were listed on the manifest, and they generally aren't found on cargo ships. After listening to the whole thing, we were even more confused, but we pieced it together as best we could. Needless to say, You won't be hearing about this in the news. The company decided to keep this information private. From what we can tell, a young girl, roughly 10 years old, was on board, but no one knew how she got there. They assumed she was a homeless stowaway due to her torn clothes and dirty appearance. But you could tell they didn't believe it. They sounded afraid of her. One crewman reported following a rotten smell to the cargo hold, where he heard a child crying. Thinking she didn't hear him, he tried to approach quietly in an attempt to corner her between containers. Only, when he got to the end of the row, nobody was there, and the crying stopped instantly. The only thing left where the child should have been was a small pot of black tar-like substance that was identified as the source of this rotten smell. There was also talk of a bad luck streak that coincided with the girl's appearance when the captain received news of another accident. One of the cooks severed the top of their finger at the knuckle while chopping veggies, swore that somebody had grabbed his hand. I expected this claim to be met with skepticism, but instead, it was compared to a crewman who broke his ankle while descending a ladder. He'd felt someone grab the back of his shirt and pull hard, causing him to fall backwards. His foot became trapped between the rungs. The problem with his story is that nobody else was around, and there was nowhere to hide in the small corridor. The ship's final day began with reports of another sighting. This time, the girl was seen roaming the corridors to the sleeping quarters. They reported dark, muddy water was pouring from her eyes and mouth like a faucet. But when additional men were sent back to investigate, everything was completely dry. The captain called for yet another full search of the ship. Every nook was methodically searched, but there was no evidence of the girl. It was like she snuck on board with nothing but the clothes on her back. Just hours later, a crewman reported that the cargo hold was ankle-deep underwater, but there were no signs of a hull breach. They weren't transporting any liquids. All of the instruments appeared to be operating perfectly. The crew was stumped. The water was rising quickly. Eventually, the captain was forced to give the orders to abandon ship. They had enough space in the lifeboats to carry double their numbers, and they had more than enough time to safely escape. But the lifeboats were gone. They'd been there the previous day, but in the morning's panic, no one realized they were missing until it was too late. They couldn't even call for help. Every attempt to use the radio was met with nothing but static. Ultimately, the crew waited on deck until the last second, when they were forced to take their chances in the open water. All except for the captain, who chose to go down with his ship. I think he fully understood how hopeless their chances were and preferred a quicker end. There's no telling how long the others survived or how much they suffered. The captain spoke once more before falling silent forever. In his final moments, he spoke of seeing the girl. She came to thank him for staying with her. She'd been lonely for a very long time, but they became friends. Any skeptics who hear that recording will probably blame a dying man's hallucinations, including me. That's because it's much better than the truth. It's better to tell yourself that and forget this whole story than to admit the soft voice of a child can be heard in the background. It's faint, but if you turn the volume up to max, it's there.